Hey everyone, welcome back to Kids and Manhwa. Today we are recapping a story. Let's get started. This boy lost both his mother and father at a very young age. On that day, countless bizarre monoliths fell from the sky. Afterward, a great barrier was deployed. Monsters known as calamity beasts shattered the barrier and invaded the human world. They were led by Malice, the world-destroying demon. They slaughtered humanity with savage cruelty. In the face of such power, mankind was insignificant. Itsuke's family was no exception. First, his father used his own body as a shield to hold back the monsters, buying time for his wife and son to escape. Then, his mother pushed him away to carve out a path for Itsuke to survive. For 16 years, he carried a deep-seated hatred for the monsters. Today, Itsuke had finally reached the day of the awakening ceremony. One by one, students stepped forward to touch the monolith, after which their potential would be announced. However, most were judged to have no talent. Even the student who set records in his first year, a brilliant athlete with extraordinary physical abilities, was deemed to have no potential. This caused the once fiery crowd of students below to lose heart. Quite a few had gone up, but not a single one had the potential to become one of the awakened. The call for the next person rang out, quick and sharp. It felt like a slap in the face to their school's reputation, as if to say that their school couldn't produce a single awakened, that it was a complete failure, until the administrator called the name Hikaru. The students immediately fell silent. They weren't hopeful. In fact, they hoped he wouldn't become awakened. Hikaru was already a bully, and if he awakened, it would be a true nightmare. However, their worst fears came true. Unlike the other students, when Hikaru placed his hand on the monolith, it began to change. Seeing this, Hikaru's heart swelled with silent joy. He thought to himself, after this, any end to Izumi and that beauty next to him will have to notice me. He had truly awakened. He was a lightning elementalist with a grade to talent. However, the sum of his 4 attributes was a mere 12 points. The beauty next to En too. A girl named Aya whom he dared to look at, sighed softly after seeing Hikaru's information panel. Finally, we have one. But at level 0, his total stats are only 12. Well, I guess it's better than nothing. In Aya's eyes, Hikaru was no better than trash. Yet he acted as if he were a magnificent hero, raising his arms in a victory pose before the students below. Hikaru imagined himself surrounded by the shimmering aura of a protagonist, and then probably has a lot he wants to talk to me about. After all, I'm the first one to awaken. A voice cut through the air. Move. Hikaru's body was shoved to the side. What do you think you're doing? Touching me with your filthy hands? You want to die? His celebration was cut short, and he turned around, furious, ready to unleash his anger. The students below weren't happy to see this male student cutting in line either. They recognized him as the ghost of Class 5, Itsuke, who had always been a nobody. Seeing Hikaru's tsunami-like rage, the crowd could only click their tongues in pity. Itsuke's done for. Once Hikaru targets you, there's no escape. Seeing Itsuke's somewhat disrespectful act of cutting in, En and Aya showed no reaction, because they both sensed an incredibly powerful force emanating from this young man. As for Itsuke, the reason for his expression earlier was because he had etched every detail of that fateful day into his mind, to never forget his hatred for the calamity beasts. Therefore, his resolve was on a completely different level from the other students. Itsuke reached out and touched the ice-cold surface of the monolith. Instantly, he felt a powerful surge of energy. Compared to this tremor, the slight change in the monolith when Hikaru awakened was truly not worth mentioning. People could even see a massive lotus flower enveloping the entire school, its petals slowly unfurling. Holy crap, this is way more spectacular than Hikaru's awakening. That flower must be over 100 meters tall. Whispers erupted from below. Everyone held their breath, watching this moment unfold. As Itsuke's best friends, Riga and Sia were so happy they nearly jumped for joy. Even Aya, whose face was always calm, couldn't hide her astonishment. The phenomenon occurring now was something that only happened when the rarest of jobs, the Analotarib, appeared. I wonder how strong he'll become. I'm very much looking forward to this boy, En said with a nod. In the crowd, if there was one person who was furious, it was Hikaru. Every last bit of his fleeting glory had just been completely overshadowed by Itsukai. As for Itsukai, when he opened his eyes, there was no one around him. In what seemed like an instant, Itsukai, who had been standing on the school grounds, had been transported elsewhere. He wasn't sure if he had awakened or not. He only saw that he was now sitting in the middle of a large lotus platform. In front of Itsukai was a status window displaying his information. Tenma Itsukai. Human. Level 0. Fixed. Job Analytic. Talent Nirvana. Special grade. Level is fixed. Stats increase upon acquiring new skills. Removes all negative effects and fully recovers. Skill Super Simulation ranks E. Analyzes enemy at accent, allows for the acquisition of counter skills. Stats Attack 0. Speed 0. Defense 0. Magic 0. Total 0. Itsukai almost foamed at the mouth reading this. Hikaru's total attribute score of 12 was already pathetically low. He never imagined that when it was his turn, everything would be 0. However, the notification then changed. It stated that Itsukai had learned the rank Z skill, Super Simulation. Simultaneously, his special grade talent, Nirvana, had been activated. All his stats increased to 200, bringing his current total attributes to 800. His mood shifted in an instant. Itsukai cheered with joy. I get it. If I learn a skill with Super Simulation, I'll gain stat points through my Nirvana talent. Even if I can't level up because my level is fixed, I can still get stronger in my own way. Itsukai didn't know what level this made him equivalent to, but he was certain he had become one of the awakened. This ignited an unprecedented determination in his heart. He could exterminate all the calamity beasts and avenge his parents. The lotus flower enveloping the school finally bloomed completely, emitting a light so brilliant that it temporarily blinded everyone around. Itsukai had completed his awakening ritual. He left Taiwan Danien to utterly astonished, with stats that were completely unsuitable for a rookie. Even Nien too, known as the strongest awaken, found it hard to believe. And he was certain that from this day forward, this young man would become the strongest. The students below, after a few seconds of stunned silence, erupted. Cheers echoed endlessly. Oh my god! Itsukai's stats just skyrocketed. I can't believe our school produced someone so amazing. This will be a legendary moment in our school's history. Hearing the crowd chant his name, Hikaru grew even more furious. He felt that applause should have been for him, and Itsukai had shamelessly stolen it. Blinded by rage, he launched an attack using the skill he had just learned, Silver Serpent. On Itsukai's side, his system quickly detected the incoming rank C skill. It automatically activated Super Simulation. The analysis progressed with incredible speed. By the time Hikaru's Silver Serpent managed to slither beside him, he had vanished in a sudden flash of lightning. It wasn't just the others who were surprised. Hikaru hadn't expected this either. He looked left and right, trying to find where Itsukai had gone. But somehow, he had appeared right behind him. By the time Hikaru realized it, his entire body was already paralyzed. Consider yourself lucky you're human. If you were a beast, I would have killed you 100 times over. Itsukai placed a hand on his shoulder, his voice completely devoid of courtesy. Hikaru immediately collapsed to the ground in fear. His reaction became a laughingstock in the eyes of the onlookers. Meanwhile, Itsukai's analysis of Silver Serpent was complete. Since it was only a rank C skill, the analysis speed was naturally very fast. Itsukai had now learned a suitable counter skill named Thunderquake 3. His body once again emitted a blinding light, and he was pulled back into that empty space, sitting on the lotus platform just as he had when he first awakened. It seemed that every time he learned a new skill, Itsukai would be brought here. He could see the information of the skill he had just learned. According to the system, Thunderquake 3, when activated, could absorb lightning-based attacks of rank C or lower, increasing speed by 50% upon releasing the absorbed energy. It had 3 uses. It also had a passive effect that increased speed by 5% for each rank C lightning attack absorbed, and this effect could stack. By acquiring this new skill, Itsukai gained 10 points in all for stats, and all negative effects were removed. His body fully restored. Once again, he returned like a god before the students. Itsukai's entire body was now enveloped in lightning, the light far more dazzling than Hikaru's lightning attack. He stared at him with bewildered eyes, as if looking at a monster, even in his wildest dreams. Hikaru couldn't understand why. Itsukai could learn a new skill in such a short time, and his stats were still continuing to rise. After he returned, the bright skies suddenly began to rain. And from above, something was rumbling as it fell. The students looked up and saw a large monolith hurtling towards them. Anienta immediately announced that the school assembly was suspended, and students needed to evacuate the campus according to the emergency drill plan. It seemed their target was him. Haiwai advised Anienta to flee, saying that fighting now was not a good idea. However, he believed that if even he ran away, the situation would only become more chaotic. Besides, Itsukai was still there. Amidst the panicked students, he stood out for his unnatural calmness. The monolith had now landed. Sia and Rieger wanted to grab their buddy and run, because a monolith landing meant a calamity beast was coming. However, Itsukai had no intention of leaving. His greatest desire was to awaken and destroy the beasts. What are you talking about? You can't fight it. Rieger's face turned pale with fear when he saw his friend refusing to leave. Rieger's right. You just awakened. You're not strong enough to fight it. Leave it to the other awakened. Sia added. However, Itsukai remained resolute. Since he was so determined to stay, the two of them couldn't stop him. Sia grabbed Rieger's arm and pulled him away to run first. In the rain, Itsukai could feel hot blood coursing through his veins. The excitement he felt at this moment was beyond words. Because, by a stroke of fate, his first enemy after awakening was the same type of beast that had taken his parents' lives. It was a bone soldier 10,316. Level 8. Its grade to talent increased its defense by 100% if it detected the opponent's attacks. That was higher than its own defense stat. Its base defense was 120. Since Itsukai's attack was 210, its talent activated, raising its defense to 240 points. Itsukai wondered if he should test his newly learned skill right away. The bone soldier before him was no easy foe, but he didn't want anyone else to die. With that thought, Itsukai decided to take a gamble and charge towards his prey. Powerful bolts of lightning emanated from his body. He threw a single punch. Bone soldier 10,316 was sent flying. The fleeing students were so shocked by this scene they froze in place. A single thought crossed all their minds: Itsukai is ridiculously strong. Maybe we don't need to run anymore. Even AYA found it hard to believe that a rookie who had just awakened could blow away a level 8 calamity beast with a single punch. And Anienta watched his every move intently. Compared to other level 0 seconds, Itsukai was on a completely different plane. But even so, defeating bone soldiers was still nearly impossible. They had troublesome abilities. The first was doubling their defense. The second was a skill called Bone Flame, which could incinerate anything. Just as Anienta thought of this, the Bone Flame skill activated. A burst of blue fire erupted, threatening to engulf Itsukai's body. Sia Rieger, seeing this, screamed his name in worry. Meanwhile, Hikaru was gloating, laughing hysterically. Serves you right for not knowing your place. By the time those flames touch you, you'll be nothing but ash. Bone Flame was a rank beast skill. Detecting its attack, Itsukai's super simulation skill activated once more. He realized that the analysis speed seemed to increase whenever an enemy used a skill on him. For example, right now, the flames were getting closer and closer. AYA's forehead was already covered in a cold sweat. Even a level 10 awakened would have no chance of survival if hit directly by this attack. When the analysis reached 77%, the Bone Flame finally reached Itsukai, quickly burning away part of his body until white bone was exposed. Yet he stood perfectly still, even experiencing the sensation of his body being incinerated with a serious expression, because it helped him understand what his parents felt before they died. Witnessing a budding genius about to be consumed by Bone Flame, the onlookers were tense to the extreme. But Anienta knew that Itsukai hadn't unleashed his full power yet. At that moment, he even boldly pointed at the bone soldier and declared, "Once this analysis is complete, you will die." A few seconds later, the analysis reached 100%. Half of Itsukai's body had now turned to white bone. Some students had already given up hope in him. After all, this was a bit too much for a newly awakened person. But, at the most critical moment, that lotus flower appeared again. Inside the lotus platform, Itsukai wondered, what skill will I learn this time? The result appeared quickly: Black Ice Wall Rank B. Its effect, when activated, Consume mana to continuously generate ice on the body's surface. Capable of blocking fire-type skills of rank B or lower. The skill's passive effect granted a 10% defense boost when blocking fire-type skills of rank B or lower. After learning the new skill, all of Itsuka's stats were increased by 20 points, now totaling 230 each. Furthermore, thanks to the ability to remove negative effects and restore the body, his fatal wound healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Itsuka was extremely satisfied. A moment ago, even at full power, he couldn't break the Bone Soldier's defense, but now his attack stat had increased by 20 points. Maybe he could succeed. When the lotus flower bloomed, Itsuka, with his body fully healed, emerged, looking even more solid than before. The crowd was so excited they cheered endlessly, feeling that Itsuka's recovery was like a miracle. Aya's eyes widened in amazement. She thought, he has a healing skill, but didn't he just use a lightning skill? They say Anawarab is the most mysterious job, but Itsuka seems to be an exception. More mysterious than mysterious. I can't believe he recovered so perfectly. Aya wondered if he could recover even if his limbs were severed or his brain was destroyed. She was truly curious about the limits of this recovery skill. Back to the battle. When the Bone Soldier saw that Itsuka wasn't defeated by its bone flame, its fighting spirit grew even fiercer. The fire from its skill seemed to burn even more intensely. However, now with the black ice wall, Itsuka no longer feared being incinerated by bone flame. His body stood tall amidst the flames, completely unharmed. Of course, Itsuka didn't plan to just stand there and defend. Seizing the moment when the opponent's skill couldn't harm him, he charged forward to attack. The black ice wall made Itsuka's body sharp and spiky, combined with his extraordinary speed. He could fly behind the beast in the blink of an eye, as if teleporting. Even an experienced Awaken like Aya couldn't keep up with his movements. If this was really a rookie, he was terrifying. They realized Itsuka's sturdy armor not only protected his body but could also create weapons of any shape. It was a god-tier skill, excelling in both defense and offense. Under Itsuka's accelerated assault, the Bone Soldier was sliced into dozens of pieces. The battle ended in a complete victory. Itsuka, Rieger finally dared to rush over and hug his best friend. I'm so glad you won. I was really worried just now. All right, where's Sia? He asked. Rieger then looked around. Sia was here just a moment ago, looking like she was about to cry. Where did she go? Itsuka scanned the crowd. But indeed, he couldn't see her distinctive pink hair anywhere. He wondered if she was angry at him for being so reckless. The battle was over, but Aya was still in a daze. For a rookie who had awakened just minutes ago to defeat a calamity beast that even a level 10 awakened would struggle with was an unprecedented achievement. Nien instructed her to stay and assist with the cleanup, and to pass a message to Principal Mokoyu that he would be taking Itsuka with him. There's no way Sia would be mad that you won. She probably went to the memorial, afraid of being left behind, Rieger said, patting his friend's shoulder to reassure him. At this moment, looking at Itsuka, he felt a bit distant. It was as if he had become a different person in the blink of an eye. Then, Nien himself walked up to him. This scene sent the students into a frenzy. They began to speculate whether the strongest awakened was about to take Itsuka as his disciple. After all, his only disciple so far had been Kazunori Setsumi. Rieger took the hint and made an excuse that he needed to find Sia, giving the two some private space to talk. Nien didn't hold back his praise for Itsuka, telling him that he was very special. He could feel that his heart was shrouded in anger and hatred. That made Nien want to know the reason behind it. Itsuka didn't hide it. He recounted how, 10 years ago, his parents' lives were taken by a beast while they were trying to protect him. He himself almost lost his life. But, at that moment, an awakened arrived just in time to save him. Right before his eyes, he had to witness his mother being burned to death. Before she died, she managed to say one thing, Itsuka. From now on, you'll have to walk the rest of the road on your own. That image, even after a decade, still haunted Itsuka. At that moment, he swore he would wipe out all the beasts, leaving not a single one behind. As he recounted these events, the hatred and bitterness still brought tears to Itsuka's eyes. This surprised Nien a little. You still cry, even when your heart has been consumed by hatred? He asked. Ever since I gained the eyes of death, My tears stopped flowing. But now, they just fall from my right eye on their own. No matter, I will never forget my hatred for the calamity beasts. Having talked enough to understand Itsuke's situation, Eniente got straight to the point. He offered to make Itsukai his disciple, after which he could bring him into the Salvation Alliance and grant him overwhelming power to carry out his revenge. The Salvation Alliance that Eniente mentioned was an organization established by the government of the southern continent. It gathered powerful awakened from all over the world with the purpose of fighting the calamity beasts more effectively and scientifically. To put it simply, the organization was like a formal army against the beasts, and its members were called saviors. Saviors were provided with resources like private training grounds and extremely powerful weapons. A high salary was also guaranteed. Even a savior in training received 10,000 gold per month. 10,000 gold was enough to buy a car. Of course, such generous treatment was not free. Saviors always had to fight on the front lines to protect the safety of the people. Honestly, Itsukai didn't care much about high salaries or abundant resources. The most important thing to him was to be able to fight the beasts on the front lines. Therefore, he quickly made his decision. I want to become a savior too. Looking at his eyes full of determination, Eniente was very pleased. He continued, every year in February, the Salvation Alliance holds an exam called the National Salvation Alliance Tournament. With over 10,000 participants, candidates are scored based on their performance, and only those in the top 100 are eligible to become saviors. What's the highest score record ever? Itsukai asked, a single question revealing his ambition to be the best. It won't be much of a reference for you, but the record is 15,000 points, set by Kazunari Setsumi a year ago. If you achieve 30% of that score, you can pass the exam. If you achieve 50%, you can pass in first place. Itsukai was somewhat impressed with Kazunari. Rieger often mentioned him with the title The Light of Humanity. As if understanding his thoughts, Eniente spoke directly. Kazunari is special. Comparing yourself to him will only make you feel hopeless. But you must be confident. With your talent, you can definitely stand on equal footing with him. It was just a word of comfort. Unexpectedly, Itsukai replied, full of determination. I will surpass Kazunari Shitsumi. It wasn't arrogance. It was the highest level of resolve. Itsukai's attitude left Eniente slightly stunned. For a moment, he recalled a conversation he had with Kazunari a long time ago. You will surely become famous. All the young people are trying to follow in your footsteps. Just following behind won't win the war against the calamity beasts. One day, someone will appear, like the morning sun rising to replace the setting sun. He had replied then. Eniente had looked forward to this future. And now, looking at Itsukai, he felt certain that the morning sun Kazunari had been waiting for had finally appeared. After that, Eniente brought Itsukai to a tower. The monoliths are like pathways connecting this world to the world of the calamity beasts. That's why if you only kill the beasts and leave the monoliths, new beasts will just keep appearing. The building before them was a facility built to isolate the indestructible monoliths. Awaken periodically, clear out the beasts that emerge from these monoliths. This way, the scale of the barrier can be contained, and it also serves as a training exercise. So this is a special training zone. Itsukai understood. Yes, we call them stages. The level and number of beasts that appear are uncontrollable, so it's quite dangerous inside. Especially the beasts in the stage right in front of us are very strong, because it has the highest mortality rate among the stages for rookies. It's also known as the rookie graveyard. According to Eniente, back when Kazunari was just a fledgling awakened, he cleared the stage with a time of 3 minutes and 4 seconds. If Itsukai wanted to surpass him, he would have to complete it within 3 minutes. If you can clear it within 3 minutes, I will take you as my disciple. After Eniente's promise, Itsukai headed straight for the tower without hesitation. Eniente was a famous figure, attracting attention wherever he went. And Itsukai, after the awakening ceremony, had become the center of countless rumors. Curious eyes were fixed on them, accompanied by endless chatter. Look, it's Lord Izumi. Is the rookie from the rumors really with him? No way. Unless he's an awakened on Kazunari Setsumi's level, there's no way he could walk beside Lord Izumi. Itsukai glanced furtively at Eniente. He knew this person was famous, but he didn't think he would attract this much attention. The stage Eniente wanted him to challenge had beasts at level 10. 2 levels higher than the Bone Soldier. Itsukai was also curious to know just how strong they were. Seeing him stand before the stage entrance, the curious gazes intensified. Itsukai could hear them talking about him clearly. Is that guy going to enter the stage, even though he's just a rookie? That calm demeanor must be because he has a high-level awaken with him. Right? I wish they'd take me in too. Maybe he's just here to flirt with the pretty receptionist. What a delusion. Just because he's a little handsome. These people could really say anything. Itsukai sighed, then walked towards the beautiful receptionist they were talking about. He asked her to process his entry into the stage. Of course. How many challengers? Just me. Itsukai's answer left the receptionist and the curious onlookers frozen. She was the first to react, with a rather harsh tone. Stop joking. It's not funny. Are you just here to watch? Or if you're here to hit on girls, it's useless. Even though this is an artificial stage, it's a dangerous place where you can get injured or even killed. The surrounding crowd also laughed. They thought Itsukai was just showing off to impress girls. After all, there had been many like him who treated the stage like a date spot. And usually, after being scolded, they would slink away. Unexpectedly, Itsukai stood before the beautiful receptionist with no trace of courtesy in his words. He replied, "You seem to have misunderstood something, but I have absolutely no interest in you. I'm really just here to challenge this stage. You don't have to act tough just to save face. I'll give you my contact information, so please just go home." The receptionist sighed, her attitude infuriating Itsukai. Don't make me repeat myself. I'm really not interested in your contact information. Just let me in. That's all I want. The girl looked up, meeting Itsukai's ice-cold face. His expression was so terrifying it made her tremble. Fine. If you die in there, I won't be responsible. With that, Itsukai received a bracelet. Even after all this, the ignorant onlookers still thought he was just trying to save face out of embarrassment. For a level 0 rookie to challenge a level 10 stage was no different from rushing to reincarnate. They bet that Itsukai would run away in less than a minute. But some people put their faith in him. After all, Itsukai looked so confident, and he had a special grade talent. However, the majority still thought he was crazy. For an awakened, talent was just a secondary factor. The most important thing was level. If the level was too low, having a special grade talent was meaningless. Itsukai couldn't be bothered with what others thought of him. His personal information had been registered on the bracelet. Now he just needed to scan it to enter the stage. His deal with NEN2 was 3 minutes, so Itsukai needed to give this stage his all. The timer started. He immediately dashed inside like a madman. The space inside was larger than he thought, even though these things were all artificial. This was his first time entering a stage, so a little nervousness was unavoidable. Soon, Itsukai's enemies appear. First was a wood spirit, model number 1307, level 4, no talent, total attribute value 174. Itsukai used his black ice wall to reinforce his hand into a sharp axe. With a single strike, he felled the wood spirit. After all, using an axe to chop a tree was most fitting. How does it feel to see your own kind split into you rotten pieces of wood? Seeing other wood spirits appear, he even taunted them. Itsukai's progress was being quietly observed by NEN2 and AYA. With no outsiders around, AYA's tone was much more relaxed. It turned out they were father and daughter. She was extremely worried. Dad, there are plenty of other stages for rookies. Why did you have to bring him here? He said he would surpass Kazunari, so I just brought him to the place where Kazunari first challenged. Iwai shook her head repeatedly, feeling it was impossible for anyone to surpass Kazunari unless they had transcended the limits of humanity. So you think Kazunari has already surpassed human limits? Enienda asked in return. I used to think Kazunari was kinda easy to talk to, but I saw him take down a level 97 beast in the blink of an eye. His eyes at that moment were gold, lonely, and detached. Those eyes didn't seem to belong to a human. They were like the eyes of a god. Enienda nodded, and after a long pause, said that Itsukai also possessed great potential. He could even surpass Kazunari, but for now, he was just an unpolished gem. If Kazunari was like a savior god, then Itsukai was a demon consumed by hatred, a complete opposite. Inside the stage, he was truly showing that demonic side, relentlessly slaughtering the wood spirits. Itsukai's super simulation skill wouldn't activate on beasts of such a low level. But that was fine, as he was more than capable of taking them down. After he had his fill of killing, the boss suddenly appeared from behind. Without a word, Itsukai turned and swung, cleaving through its body. The wood spirit boss collapsed, which he found incredibly boring. Is that all? A level 10 beast is only this much? No. If that was it, this place couldn't be the rookie graveyard. There must be something else, Itsukai muttered, as soon as he finished speaking. The system detected a rank B skill named Self-Regeneration. The skill analysis began. So this was the key to the wood spirit boss. It could still regenerate powerfully, even though he had just chopped off half of its head. Moreover, after regenerating, it seemed even stronger. Now, the full details of the monster were displayed. Regenerated wood spirit. Model number 520. Level 10. Grade to talent. Defense down 50%. But regeneration ability significantly increased. Its total attribute score was 450 points. As soon as it regenerated, the wood spirit boss eagerly launched an attack on Itsukai. He continued to use his black eye swall to reinforce his body, with the goal of dealing a massive amount of burst damage, so it wouldn't have time to regenerate. The skill analysis was only at 17%. Itsukai reinforced both his hands and charged directly at the enemy. What followed was a spectacular display of wood chopping. He struck with extreme speed, precision, and efficiency. Each swing cut off a part of the regenerated wood spirit's body. Furthermore, his speed was completely overwhelming. But it wasn't enough. He wasn't satisfied. He had to keep chopping until it could no longer regenerate. Under the sharp blades created by the black eye swall, the regenerated wood spirit's body was chopped into hundreds of pieces. The pieces of dry wood fell with a loud thud. By then, Itsukai's mana was almost depleted from using the black eye swall for so long. He had hoped to stall for time until the analysis was complete, but the progress had only reached 60%. The regenerated wood spirit had almost completely returned to its original state. Its constant regeneration drained a lot of an awakened stamina. No wonder this place was called the Rookie Graveyard. Itsukai nimbly dodged the attacks from the wood spirit boss. He realized it now every time it regenerated. The analysis speed of super simulation increased. This time, Itsukai planned to deactivate the black eye swall to conserve mana. Instead, he would use Thunderquake 3 to dodge attacks and maintain distance. Maintaining this until the analysis was complete was the strategy for victory. But he didn't have much time left for his deal with NEN2. The analysis progress reached 75%. Itsukai had to activate Thunderquake 3 and Black Eye Swall simultaneously to maximize his attacks and force the regenerated wood spirit to regenerate continuously. Although this consumed a large amount of his mana, it would greatly increase the analysis speed. If Itsukai couldn't activate super simulation in a mana-depleted state, he would surely die here. But if he really died, it would mean that was his limit. Therefore, Itsukai wanted to test his limits. The analysis reached 85%. He charged straight towards the enemy like a madman. But this time, before the Black Eye Swall could even touch the wood spirit boss, his body was racked with immense pain. He was impaled by sharp wooden spikes, turning him into a human skewer. It seemed his mana had truly run out. However, the analysis progress had reached 99%, just as Itsukai predicted. Activating super simulation after analysis didn't consume mana, so he had still won this battle. When the number jumped to 100%, the familiar Lotus Flower appeared once again. The new skill Itsukai received was named Lotus Explosion. It was a grade 2 skill that, when activated, consumed mana to deal explosive damage to enemies within a 5-meter diameter. The power of the explosion was proportional to the amount of mana consumed. The passive effect of Lotus Explosion was that every time a creature of level 1 or higher was killed by this skill, the user's skill range would increase by 1%. The Blue Lotus once again opened, and Itsukai had successfully learned the new skill. Just like the previous times, all negative effects were removed. His wounds were healed. All his stats were increased by 20 points. He immediately used his mana to activate one Lotus Explosion. The explosion was so large it shook the area, the flames roaring as if to consume the entire stage. Though its spirit was very close. Hit by this attack, it had no chance of surviving. Although he was slightly shaken by the blast himself, Itsukai was extremely satisfied with the new skill's effectiveness. That explosion only cost a third of his mana and created such a large effect. From now on, clearing out small fry beasts would be much easier. He just didn't expect super simulation to restore mana when it had reached zero. It's okay, his gaze suddenly caught something. It was a stone emitting a beautiful blue light. Outside, the receptionist's face had turned pale with fear. They had thought he would run away after about a minute. But now the challenge time was 2 minutes and 9 seconds, and there was still no sign of Itsukai. She felt she should call the rescue team. Aya was just as anxious. She didn't think Itsukai would lose to a level 10 beast, but killing it within 3 minutes was clearly impossible. In contrast to them, NEN had been silent from beginning to end, until the stage status board switched from red to green, along with the words "New Record Achieved." Only then did he let out a sigh of relief. Itsukai had cleared the stage. Moreover, he had broken the record of Kazunari, who was revered as an invincible god. His total time was a mere 2 minutes and 14 seconds, a full minute faster than him. The crowd couldn't believe their eyes. Itsukai came out shortly after. His clothes were tattered, but his spirit was still high. The green liquid on his clothes was the blood of the beast. The commotion started up again. Oh my god. He was a minute faster than Kazunari Setsumi. That was a level 10 beast. How the hell did a level 0 rookie take it down like that? Are you kidding me? Itsukai walked straight up to an Ientu, his voice a little tired but his eyes filled with triumph. Now, will you officially teach me? Master? Well done. You are truly my disciple. Ientu replied, though his face was masked. It seemed people could still feel him smiling. Aya was also surprised. Her father was clearly happy. It had been a long time since he'd spoken like this. The others were even more excited to hear Ientu himself say that Itsukai was his disciple. He's really Ientu Azumi's disciple? No wonder he could break Kazunari Setsumi's record. But even if he's his disciple, if he can't level up, he's just trash. Amidst the noise, the receptionist walked over and handed Itsukai a box, saying it was a gift for breaking the record. She also awkwardly apologized for her rude words earlier. Itsukai didn't hold it against her. It's okay. After all, for a level 0 rookie to challenge a stage like that, anyone would think it's reckless. Even if a complete stranger like me died, it would have nothing to do with you. But the fact that you tried to stop me is proof that you were worried. Thank you. Itsukai's thanks made her blush betrayed. He took the gift and quickly followed Aya on Ientu. Just moments ago, she was so worried. But now she seemed to be putting on a tough front. Don't get too excited just because you've become my father's disciple. It seems this level is just a warm-up for you. Should we increase the difficulty? Ientu nodded in agreement, saying that with his current abilities, Itsukai could definitely challenge high-level stages. Even though his level 0 was fixed, level wasn't the only factor that determined a beast's strength. The most important thing was its species. Species without intelligence, that only moved on instinct, were easy to deal with. But there were species with intelligence equal to or even surpassing humans. They were a troublesome existence, incomparable to ordinary beasts. Basically, awakened beasts are almost the same type of creature, but it's said that currently, only humans possess jobs. In other words, stats differ depending on the species. A high-level stage contains such powerful species or those with intelligence. Its difficulty is several times that of a normal stage. And since most of the ultra-high-level stages on the northern continent are in North District 4, that's our next destination, Aya explained in one breath. Any other questions? Itsukai didn't answer right away. Lost in thought. So, the wood spirit I just fought was the unintelligent type? And it didn't even scream when attacked. Does that mean it doesn't feel pain? With that thought, Itsukai asked, if it's an intelligent beast, it can feel pain, right? As he said this, Aya could feel a terrifying aura emanating from Itsukai. She really had no idea what he was thinking. Did you hear that? Lord Azumi is going to let him challenge a high-level stage. Hearing their conversation, the crowd erupted again. But this time, more people believed in Itsukai. After all, he had broken Kazunari's record. However, as Aya said, high-level stages were completely different from normal ones. Moreover, the stages in North District 4 were almost all under the control of that man. And every awakened who entered a high-level stage there went missing, rumored to have been murdered by that man. The man they were discussing was Raijiki no Shida. son of the leader of North District 4, a madman and a tyrant. At that moment, Raiji was in his private residence, savoring a glass of wine, and having his shoes meticulously polished by a servant. A moment later, the large man behind him spoke. "When will you be departing?" "My lord? Every stage in North District 4 is under my control. I'll go whenever I please," Raiji replied. Waiting in line is for commoners. After returning, Itsukai opened the gift box he had received. Inside was a glowing stone, but he showed no surprise at seeing it. Noticing his expression, Enient asked, "Have you seen a karma stone before?" Itsukai nodded. He said that in the stage earlier, after defeating the Calamity Beast, something similar had dropped. Looking closely now, they were slightly different. Specifically, the one from the stage was blue. As he spoke, he took it out. Iya was incredibly surprised to see it. The stone Itsukai received was an intermediate karma stone. It usually didn't appear in a rookie stage. Hearing them say that, Itsukai still didn't know exactly what a karma stone was. After all, he was a newcomer. AY. Realizing this, kindly explained. The thing in Itsukai's hand also had another name, an experience stone. After a calamity beast stored awakened dies, an invisible substance called karma, or one could say experience points, is released from the corpse. By absorbing that substance, an awakened levels up. In short, karma stones are stones that contain karma. Using a karma stone to absorb the karma within is one way to level up. AYA was still puzzled, though. Karma stones usually didn't drop so easily. Yet one had appeared in Hitsukei's stage. In the end, he thought it was likely due to the influence of his talent. Normally, the karma of the defeated is absorbed by the victor. However, even after defeating the Calamity Beasts, Itsukai didn't level up. In other words, he didn't absorb the karma. But once this substance appears, it doesn't simply vanish for no reason. If Enient wasn't mistaken, the karma from the monster that attacked the school was absorbed by the other awakened present, meaning it was accidentally absorbed by them, not Itsukai. On the other hand, a stage is a sealed space. Itsukai couldn't absorb the karma generated, and there was no other container for it. That's why it solidified into a mass and became a karma stone. Iya's ears were ringing. She looked at Itsukai with a skeptical expression, then asked her father, "He really can't level up? If he can't level up, how the hell do his stats increase?" Itsukai was about to explain, but Enient to cut him off with a rather harsh tone. "Anyway, an awakened's talent is an absolute secret that must not be revealed to others. Have you forgotten?" The pressure he exerted was immense. I didn't dare to make another peep. She didn't ask further, and Enient let Itsukai decide whether to sell the karma stone or keep it. He had an upcoming meeting with the High Command of the 5 continents and had to leave for a while. In his absence, Aya would be in charge of looking after him. But before leaving, Enient had a few instructions. First, Itsukai should keep their relationship a secret. Second, he must absolutely not tell anyone about his talent. Third, until he returned, he must conquer at least 6 high-level dungeons. Fourth, if he believed something was right, he should do his best to achieve it, no matter what, and he would always be there to support him. "Yes, Master," Itsukai replied. This was the first time he felt he had supports since his parents passed away. Meanwhile, in North District 4, a few awakened wanted to enter a high-level dungeon. But even though they were first in line, they were blocked from entering. "This dungeon has been reserved by the son of the Kinoshita clan. Go home," the guard outside said arrogantly. The two were furious. Just because Raiji had some money, he could do whatever he wanted. Besides, he wasn't even here yet, and they really wanted to get in. One of them even threatened that if the guard didn't let them in, he would report him to the Awakened Association. As soon as the words left his mouth, a large man appeared. He suddenly grabbed the man and threw him to the ground. His friend quickly adjusted. His rank B skill, Earth Spikes, but it was easily neutralized by the opponent. Not even enough to scratch an itch. He replied with a face like steel. It gave the other man goosebumps. His Earth Spikes could pierce through anything, yet it was useless against this man. He was a monster, and the problem at hand was that he was being held tightly by that monster's hands. What followed was a scene too gruesome to watch. Those who witnessed it were pale with fear. Those who were level 7 and level 8 awakened. Yet they were taken down instantly without being able to do anything. That big guy was ridiculously strong. He's OGA, one of the 4 pillars under Raijiki no Shida. He's a level 12 metal elementalist. Someone whispered. After taking down the 2 awakened, OGA threatened. I won't spare anyone who enters the dungeon without Lord Raiji's permission. If you try to defy me, you'll end up just like these 2. These guys will rot right here. Don't even think about helping them. His actions were unreasonably infuriating, but no one dared to resist. The guards outside the dungeon were enjoying it immensely. OGA, don't overdo it. The trash is watching us. If you beat them up like weak students, I'll get tattled onto the head teacher. After saying that, they burst out laughing, looking extremely pleased. Hearing this, OGA let go. He threw the level 8 awakened away. Coincidentally, Itsukai arrived just then and caught him. His action caused a huge stir among the onlookers. They whispered among themselves. Who's that guy? Didn't Hiroji say not to help them? He's just a level 0 rookie. He's done for. But the beautiful woman next to him looks familiar. I feel like I've seen her somewhere before. OGA also saw his action. He roared in anger. Hey, newbie. I said no one gets through here without Lord Raiji's permission. If you don't want to end up like those 2, then go home. Faced with his pressure, Itsukai seemed unfazed. On the contrary, his voice grew colder. I see. So I have to defeat you to enter the dungeon. AYA, beside him, also threatened to contact the administrator of North District 4. This kind of selfish abuse of power will not be tolerated. However, Itsukai told her she didn't need to go to such trouble. After all, Anienja had said before he left that if he thought something was right, he should do his best to achieve it. Itsukai felt that this kind of violent matter was best solved with violence, so he entrusted the 2 unfortunate awakened to AYA's care, while he faced the level 12 OGI alone. In the eyes of others, Itsukai's information was only displayed as a level 0 analytic with a special grade talent. His skills and stats were private and couldn't be checked. Despite being level 0, Itsukai didn't flinch when facing OGA, which made him think he was no ordinary person. OGA even felt a bit of mental pressure, but he quickly composed himself. Even if the opponent had a rare job, he was still 12 levels higher. The difference in stats was clearly insurmountable. With a level 12 record and degrade to talent, OGA's skill was metallization. After turning to metal, his defense would increase by 50% in a stationary state. His total attribute value was 605, with defense being the highest at 250 points. But, in an instant, OGA's eyes widened in horror. In his vision, he saw Itsukai charging towards him like an arrow. His fist showed no mercy. It struck him right in the face. This was something no one could have expected, because that speed was too fast for a level 0 rookie. Even the level 8 and 9 awakened here felt they couldn't keep up. Itsukai's punch was accurate, but OGA had managed to use his metallization skill to block the blow. Fast, he offered a sarcastic compliment. Then he mocked. But too weak. As he spoke, he turned both his arms to metal, then used them to counterattack. Itsukai nimbly stepped back. He thought to himself, to successfully ambush an enemy 12 levels higher, I'll probably have to boost my speed with Thunderquake 3. At that moment, detecting the rank C skill metallization, Itsukai's super simulation automatically activated. The analysis process began. His mission now was to hold out until this process was complete. But Itsukai didn't expect the opponent's metallization to be threatening enough to trigger his super simulation. It seemed he had to fight him seriously. Normal attacks couldn't break through the defense of metallization, so Itsukai had to aim for the parts of his body that he couldn't turn to metal in time. Seeing him charge forward again, OGA's face showed a contemptuous smile. You weakling, with neither strength nor speed, he said, raising his metallized arm to block the opponent's kick. But this was exactly the effect Itsukai wanted. OGA thought that was his top speed, and now he was being careless. Seizing the opportunity, Itsukai boosted his speed with Thunderquake 3. Seeing that he also had a lightning element skill, OGA was shocked once more. Itsukai didn't give him a chance to metallize EE. Punches rained down on him. The more he damaged OGA, the faster the analysis of super simulation progressed. The surrounding crowd was already gaping in amazement. That guy? How can he use a skill from a different job? He's so fast my eyes can't keep up. Could that level 0 guy actually defeat OGA? OGA was starting to panic. Itsukai's attacks were so fast that he had no chance to use his metallization skill, and he didn't understand why a level 0 could possess such speed. He only knew that at this rate, he would lose. He wanted to call for his comrades, but Itsukai's punches kept coming, preventing him from even speaking. If that was the case, OGA had no choice but to use his trump card, which was to metallize his entire body. I'm grateful. I've never succeeded in metallizing my entire body before, but today, thanks to you pushing me, I've done it, he growled. The analysis of the metallization skill had reached 88%. OGA boasted that a metallized body part gained a 50% defense boost, and his talent gave another 50% defense boost when stationary. In other words, his current defense stat had surpassed 500, and he was certain that Itsukai's attack power couldn't surpass that number. Thinking this, OGA gave a triumphant smile. I was going to cut you in half, but as a reward for helping me successfully perform my new skill, I'll take your life gently. In the eyes of others, the situation had once again turned. For a level 12 like OGA to have over 500 defense, almost no one at his level could break through it. OGA was truly a monster. However, Itsukai remained calm, even looking at his opponent with pity. If his guess was correct, full body metallization would consume a huge amount of mana. If OGA had poured all his stat points into defense, his other attributes would become his weakness. His words hitting a sore spot. OGA roared. What the hell are you talking about? He wondered if the person in front of him was really a level 0 rookie, as his intuition was just as sharp. Don't worry, Itsukai shrugged. I don't plan on using a tedious strategy like draining your mana to 0. I'll end this right now. The analysis process reached its maximum. Iya seemed all too familiar with the fact that every time this blue lotus appeared, Itsukai would unlock a new skill and become stronger. His entire body was enveloped by the lotus flower. This was the first time the people present had seen such a strange skill. The counter skill the system created for Itsukai this time was named Piercing Orb. When activated, it fired a perfect sphere with a fixed trajectory. The sphere flew at a speed of 1 meter per second and pierced through all enemies in its path, ignoring all defense stats. Its passive effect was that every time an enemy with a higher defense stat than the user was defeated by this sphere, its flight speed would increase by 100%. Itsukai seriously evaluated the new skill, because it could ignore defense. If this move hit, he could definitely deal damage, even fatal damage. The problem was its flight speed, starting at 1 meter per second. Even a normal person could dodge it, let alone an awakened. So the timing of the launch was crucial. However, if his opponent was a stationary punching bag, he wouldn't even need to calculate the timing. If absolute defense was what OGA prided himself on, then he would shatter it to pieces. Itsukai quickly learned the new skill. All his stats were increased by 10 points. All negative effects were automatically removed, and all his wounds were healed. When the blue lotus bloomed, Itsukai once again appeared before everyone, looking as calm as ever. He activated the piercing orb, taunting his opponent. Go on, try to dodge this. Seeing this, the onlookers were in awe. We've never seen this skill before. As expected of an Anawata rib, one of the 4 most mysterious jobs. But many were also skeptical. After all, it was a skill launched by a level 0 rookie. Whether it could pierce the defense of a level 12 expert was hard to say. Just wait and see. From his confident expression, it must be an incredibly terrifying move, someone said. The orb in Itsukai's hand flew at a slow speed, visible to the naked eye. The crowd was slightly disappointed. What's this? Just a tiny, slow-moving ball? Are you kidding me? What a letdown. Even the outsiders felt this way. So, of course, OGA didn't take Itsukai's piercing orb seriously. He laughed hysterically. You think you can make me move and disable my talent's effect with just a tiny ball like that? How naive. That's right. His talent's 50% defense boost only worked when he stood still. Therefore, a tiny ball moving as slow as a turtle posed no threat to him. He even said, if this is your trump card, you're about to die a miserable death. Then he casually let the ball fly towards him. But by the time OGA realized the problem wasn't so simple, Itsukai's piercing orb had already pierced through his body. Blood spurted out along with intense pain, making Oji almost scream. I told you to dodge. It's okay, said slowly. Since you're human, I only took your right arm. If you were a beast, I would have aimed for your neck. Because of his contemptuous refusal to dodge, Oji had his arm severed by the piercing orb. He lay on the ground, bleeding profusely and screaming in pain. Seeing his comrades still standing there dumbfounded, Itsukai couldn't help but remind them. What are you still standing there for? Get him to a hospital. Didn't you hear me? I said. Get washed. His eyes were incredibly menacing. Moreover, Oga was one of Raiji's for powerful pillars. They couldn't just leave him like that, so the guards blocking the dungeon entrance had to carry him away. Why wasn't surprised to see Itsukai win. The other awakened, however, were extremely excited. Many even proposed forming a team with him, so they could conquer the dungeon faster. Before Itsukai could even answer, they had already started arguing over him. But from the beginning, he had no intention of teaming up. Itsukai wanted to fight alone. Piercing Orb could increase its flight speed every time it defeated an enemy with a higher defense stat than him. He wanted to take this opportunity to increase its speed in this dungeon. So when the two men urged Itsukai to choose one of them to team up with, he calmly replied, I'll go alone. These words made many feel that Itsukai was arrogant. For a levels RO rookie to challenge a level 15 high-level dungeon alone was completely impossible. They thought that because he got lucky and defeated Oga, Itsukai had become arrogant. The two men who wanted to invite him to their team also dispersed. They didn't want such a conceited teammate. Aiwae wasn't surprised by Itsukai's answer, but was still a little worried. She said, all the beasts in here have defense on par with Oga's. I know you can defeat them, but can you sustain the mana consumption? It's fine. Don't worry, Itsukai replied. Aiwae huffed, but her tone sounded more like pouting than anger. Who's worried about you? I'm only asking because if you die in here, my father will blame me. If you're so confident, then I'll go take care of the injured. Do whatever you want. However, in the end, Aiwae couldn't help but give Itsukai a reminder. The stone ribe inside has no intelligence, but they move in groups, so you need to be careful about your mana consumption when fighting. Itsukai nodded to show he understood, then scanned his bracelet to enter the stage. The stone statues were more numerous than he had imagined. It truly was a high-level dungeon. Both the stats and level of the beasts were far superior to before. The monsters inside were stone statues belonging to the Stone Tribe. Model number 927. Level 9. Grade to talent. Their ability was to convert all magic into defense. Therefore, their defense score was as high as 295, which was even higher than Oga's. This was a perfect environment for Itsukai to increase the speed of his piercing orb. So he planned to use it continuously in this dungeon. When the first stone statue charged, Itsukai immediately activated his piercing orb skill. The orb quickly created a large hole in the statue's body, increasing its movement speed by 100%. Just as Itsukai thought, these monsters perfectly met the passive requirement of piercing orb. So after that, he turned the stage into a healthy leveling environment for his skill. The stone statues were very slow and had no intelligence. They didn't know how to dodge, so they were the perfect supply for his piercing orb. The more he thought about it, the more excited Itsukai became. His piercing orb relentlessly took down one level 9 stone statue after another. His maximum mana was 260 points. He had used piercing orb 3 times now, and each activation cost 50 points. So he had about 2 more shots left. There were still the stone statues in front of Itsukai, and the boss hadn't appeared yet, so there were a total of 3 left. If that was the case, Itsukai had to take down these 2 at the same time with just 1 piercing orb. So, taking the opportunity when the 2 idiots charged at him from opposite directions, Itsukai perfectly timed his jump high into the air. They immediately crashed into each other, while he remained unharmed. Seizing that chance, Itsukai launched a piercing orb. And this time, it took down both stone statues at once. His plan was a success, but Itsukai was so tired he collapsed on the ground. This feeling of exhaustion right before running out of mana was really unpleasant. He just hoped that one day he could get a recovery skill. Now his piercing orb was flying at a speed of 5 meters per second. It could even catch up to fleeing enemies. While Itsukai was checking the skills information, the stone golem boss appeared. As expected of a boss, from its size to its defense, It was far superior. Its defense value was a staggering 478 points, and it also possessed a rank B skill called Gigantification. The first skill Itsukai used upon encountering the boss was Thunderquake 3. But he didn't use it to run away. He used it to accelerate and approach it. In the blink of an eye, Itsukai had climbed onto its body. Against something this big, he wasn't sure if a single piercing orb could take it down, so he wanted to aim straight for the head. As Itsukai ran up to the stone golem boss's head, it simultaneously revealed a slight opening. He immediately activated Piercing Orb and scored a hit. However, the orb was too small. Even though it pierced through, it didn't deal much damage. The stone golem boss roared and turned towards Itsukai. He had jumped high to maintain distance before launching the piercing orb, but now this became a weakness when being attacked, as Itsukai couldn't dodge Imidra. With no other choice, he activated his black eye swall, turning himself into a shield. But because the stone golem boss was so large, Itsukai was still sent flying. His whole body slammed into the rock wall behind him, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. This brutish giant was much tougher than Itsukai had imagined. The situation wasn't looking good, but Super Simulation had now detected the opponent's Gigantification skill and started its analysis. So it's this big thanks to a skill. That makes things much easier, Itsukai uttered. Every time Super Simulation activated automatically, he felt a sense of relief, as if he could definitely defeat any enemy, no matter how strong. Meanwhile, at the Kardashita family mansion, Raiji's close subordinate had just received a phone call. After hanging up, his face turned pale, and his voice went high-pitched. What? Raiji was immediately displeased. He said in a stern voice, I told you not to make noise in front of me. My apologies, my lord. But this is a very unexpected matter, the subordinate said. He then reported that someone had defeated OGI and forced their way into the dungeon. Raiji flew into a rage upon hearing this. The wine glass in his hand was immediately crushed. OGA always boasted that no one under level 30 could break his defense. Yet he failed today. It was like a slap in the face to his master. Raiji asked if an awakened above level 30 had appeared, but his subordinate denied it, because the number of monoliths falling to earth had increased sharply recently. All level 30 awakened were busy dealing with them. How would they have time to come to these dungeons to practice? Moreover, the main challengers at the Flame Rock Execution Grounds dungeon were all rookies around level 10. Raiji found this even more absurd. There was no way a level 10 could defeat OGA. Therefore, his subordinate asked for more time to investigate further. But this time, Raiji refused. That's not necessary, he replied. Even if the opponent is a level 30 awakened, they're still here, right? The Flame Rock Execution Grounds is famous for its tenacious beasts, and conquering it takes a lot of time. Even if we leave now, we'll still make it in time, right? After saying that, he stood up. Raiji's intention was clear to go and deal with the person who defeated OGA himself. His subordinate naturally understood, but he seemed a bit hesitant. When we don't know the opponent's identity, we should act more cautiously. My lord. His advice had no effect, because Raiji then roared. I said we're going now, and don't make me say it twice. Faced with the terrifying pressure from his master, the subordinate, being just a subordinate, could only bow his head in obedience. As for Raiji, he quickly changed. He swore he would make that person regret ever confronting his Kinoshita clan. Inside the Flame Rock Execution Grounds dungeon, after a period of hiding and constantly dodging attacks from the stone golem boss, Super Simulation had finished analyzing the boss's skill. Itsukai let out a breath, but this time, the situation was a bit different. He didn't get a new skill. Instead, his piercing orb leveled up to level 2. After studying, Itsukai found that it had a slightly different effect. The new feature was that after activation, the user could adjust the size of the orb by consuming more mana. And now, every time it pierced an opponent with a higher defense stat than the user, the flight speed of the piercing orb would increase by 200% instead of the previous 100%. As soon as he read this improvement, Itsukai was eager to try out the level to piercing orb. As before, all his attributes were increased by 20 points, and his mana was restored. His wounds had also disappeared. This time, Itsukai decided to expend all his mana to create the largest piercing orb possible. And when the orb was fired, He felt he had overdone it a bit. The notification updated defeated giant stone golem level 15. Piercing orb speed increased by 200%. Itsukai himself was quite surprised. Consuming all my mana. I didn't expect to release such a huge orb. The orb's flight speed is 7 meters per second. If I complete this dungeon 2 more times, he'll be as fast as a car. The information panel updated piercing or Belvi. Second active effect fires a perfect sphere on a fixed trajectory. The sphere flies at a speed of 5 meters s, piercing all enemies in its path and ignoring their defense. After activation, the user can adjust the sphere's size by consuming additional mana. Passive effect, each time the orb kills an enemy with a higher defense stat than the user, its flight speed increases by 200%. Current flight speed increased 700%. Itsukai had another thought. Wait, the active effect is actually quite useful. The passive of Lotus Explosion expands the range of all skills, so that means the travel distance of piercing orb will also increase. The information panel displayed Lotus Explosion. Passive effect each time a living creature of level 1 or higher is killed by Lotus Explosion. The range of all personal skills will increase by 1%. From this, Itsukai deduced. So if I keep increasing the passive effect of Lotus Explosion, one day, I'll be able to destroy Calamity, beasts from thousands, even tens of thousands of meters away. The information panel updated challenge successful. Dungeon level 15. Challenger Itsukai. Time 3-1. Clear record updated. Everyone was shocked when they read this general announcement. 3 minutes and 1 second. Impossible. Even a team of 5 takes over 10 minutes. Did he kill the beast in 1 hit? I can't believe he broke Kazunori Setsumi's record of 3 minutes and 19 seconds. What kind of monster is he? Seeing Itsukai come out, they were surprised. He's out? Why is he still level 0? Is the notification window broken? He's not even injured. His clothes are just a little dirty. There's no way he conquered it. AYA silently assessed him. This time, he also finished unharmed. And I can't believe he broke Setsumi's record. He keeps surprising me. She herself felt that Itsukai's speed was indeed too fast. He explained. It was quite weak for a medium-sized beast, so its defense was very thin. I managed to defeat it. Itsukai looked curiously at the blue butterfly. What is this butterfly? AYA revealed. My job is a Shikigami user. This child is my Shikigami. He was surprised and raised his hand to gently touch it. A blue butterfly. This is the first time I've seen a Shikigami. It's beautiful. Itsukai asked curiously. I've always wondered. But how many types of awakened jobs are there? She was quite surprised by this question. You don't know? That's common knowledge. AY educated him. Jobs are divided into 4 types. You've probably seen 3 of them already. First are the elementalists. They possess the power to control the 7 elements, including fire, water, wood, metal, earth, wind, and lightning. Elementalist is the most common job among the awakened. It also has the highest basic combat power. She was referring to Hikaru, his classmate, that guy from before. OGA is also that type. Second are Shikigami users. They can summon Shikigami that obey them absolutely. A new notification appeared blue butterfly. Rank B. Level 15. Skill hidden. Stats hidden. AYA continued. A Shikigami will always be by its master's side. She was ready to answer if Itsukai wanted to ask more. Any other questions? He was curious. Your level is lower than your Shikigami's. Are you really a veteran awakened? Her words were like salt in AYA's wound. This person really has no tact. She admitted honestly. That's right. Shikigami absorb experience and level up, so they basically have a higher level than their master. Itsukai said seriously. If that's the case, when fighting a Shikigami user, aiming for the master is the best strategy. AYA felt a murderous aura. That dark aura is overflowing from him. What the hell? Itsukai asked further. What about the other jobs? You only introduced 2. AYA replied. The third is a mysterious job with very little information currently available. Your job. Analoterb. The reason it's mysterious is because each Analoterb has a different ability, like your Blue Lotus. Others can control their body size at will or create infinite clones. There are also Analoterbs who can stretch their bodies like rubber. Normal job skills are divided into 4 ranks from C to S. However, Antilotter best only possess ranked skills, which are outside the normal classification system. The reason Antilotter best are considered special is because they possess unique skills. If an enemy knows your skill, the Antilotter loses their greatest weapon. That's why Dad scolded me for asking about your skills. Even so, you're an anomaly even among Antilotter best. As far as I've confirmed, you can use at least 3 skills, and 2 of them are things that only Elementalist should be able to use. Itsukai felt that with his master not around, it wasn't good for her to talk about him like that. He was curious. What about the last job? I've never seen it before. IYA didn't reveal it right away. The last job is. I'll tell you after I've seen it. That's a punishment for not telling me anything about yourself. Itsukai didn't press further. Alright. She suddenly remembered. Alright, the student you saved is fine now. By the way, what are you planning to do after this? He said excitedly. I plan to conquer this dungeon a few more times. IYA reminded him. You really don't know anything, do you? Dungeons have a cooldown. This one has a very long one. So you can train her for at least 2 days. Itsukai only just learned this. There's a cooldown? No wonder that Kaino Shitagai monopolized this dungeon. If I can't strengthen the passive of Piercing Orb, then I'll level up Lotus Explosion. He asked, is there a dungeon with a large number of beasts? IYA immediately thought of one. A dungeon with many beasts? There is one. The level of the beasts in that dungeon isn't too high, but their numbers are massive. Even by the lowest estimates, there are at least 100 locust-type beasts. Many Awaken have had to retreat upon seeing the numbers. Without an AoE skill, what do you plan to do? Itsukai replied. Of course I'm going. He thought to himself. Come to think of it, I haven't used Lotus Explosion in front of her. She doesn't know I have a wide area skill. IYA advised. Get real. For someone without an AoE skill like you, it'll be very difficult. Itsukai didn't see it as a problem. I know. It's fine. Don't worry. The others who overheard were surprised. That guy. He's going to the Locust Wasteland. Is he fearless? Forget it. If Raiji Kinoshita finds out about this, he'll definitely come. Let's get out of here before we get caught in the fight. On Raiji's side, when he arrived, he found no one. He asked angrily, there's no one here? Tankai confirmed. Yes. It seems the target has gone elsewhere. Raiji's face darkened upon hearing this. It's only been 30 minutes since then. And he's already conquered the Flame Rock execution grounds? He continued. It's hard to believe, but it seems so. What should we do now? Raiji cursed. Damn it, daring to make a fool out of me. He ordered his subordinate. If he used a skill, he must have left a magical trace. Contact the hounds and track him down. We have to capture him alive. I'll show him what hell on earth is like. At that moment, someone was filled with regret. I've never heard of Raiji Kinoshita having such a strong man by his side. Damn it, I shouldn't have taken this assassination request. This man, hiding behind a wall, panted, thinking, if I didn't have the tiger escape technique, he would have killed me. He peeked out to observe. Since I've come this far, I should be safe now. Suddenly, something appeared from behind, opening its large mouth towards him. The man was caught in its mouth. Silas stepped out and said, it seems you have something to say. How? Spit him out a little. He asked in surprise. How did you find me? The man revealed. My nose is very sensitive. The scent of death you all exude. I can smell it. The man pleaded in fear. Please don't kill me. Silas wasn't so kind. He refused. I can't do that. Lord Kinoshita would take his anger out on me. Besides, the Death Hound hasn't eaten human flesh in a long time. You know, he ordered the hound, eat. It's feeding time. It had been waiting for this command and drawer, preparing to enjoy its prey, when only a pool of blood remained on the ground. Silas patted the Death Hound's thick fur. Finally leveled up. Its information panel displayed Death Hound. Rank B. Level 16. Skill Death Scent Rank C. Senses all magical traces in the area to identify and track the source of magic. Postmortem Rank B. After the Shikigami dies, the resurrection time is significantly reduced. Stats: Attack 250. Speed 250. Defense 150. Magic 150. The phone in Silas's pocket rang. He answered and reported, it's done over here. Upon receiving the news, Silas was surprised. Seriously injured? That stubborn OGA? Did someone hit his weak spot? Understood. I'm on my way. He directed his death hound. Let's go. Hound. A new prey has appeared. Currently, Itsuke was heading to the Locust Wasteland. He asked the person who lead him, "Is this the place?" Itsuke was skeptical. Wheat fields stretching as far as the eye can see. Are there really that many locusts here? Iya explained. Beasts tend to choose environments they prefer when invading this world. So, inferring the type of beast based on the environment is one of the essential skills for an awakened. He understood. I see. There wasn't even a reception desk here. She confirmed. That's right. The danger level of this dungeon is so high that they even considered dismantling it. Itsuke still didn't get it. It has a lower level than the Flame Rock execution grounds. Why go so far as to remove the reception desk? She replied. In a normal dungeon, if you can't win, you can run. But here, the calamity beasts are very aggressive and unusually numerous. So if you're careless for even a moment, you'll be surrounded by countless locusts uneaten alive, down to the very bone, leaving your skeleton here. Itsukai was delighted to hear this. So there really are a lot of beasts here. Excellent. Aiwai thought she misheard. What? Do you want to die that badly? Itsukai said seriously. I'm not so desperate as to be eaten alive by insects and die. Watching him step through the gate, she thought to herself. Based on his attitude, he'll probably be fine. He entered the dungeon by himself, and I've warned him thoroughly. If anything happens, he's responsible for himself. Aiwai became anxious as she remembered something. Wait. What should I do? I forgot to tell him that the locusts keep appearing until he defeats the boss. I have to go and untell Itsukai. But a movement behind her made her turn back warily. It was Silas and his deaf hound. He spoke first. Girl, I'm looking for someone. Itsukai had already stepped inside. He looked at the field before him. It's quite deserted here. Itsukai clapped his hands, making a sound. Wake up! You insects. I've come to exterminate you. The locusts flew towards him. He felt that their level was surprisingly low. They meet the conditions for Lotus Explosion. So it's fine. The information for a few of them displayed Demon Locust. Level 2. Talent none. Stats hidden. Seeing the sky ahead start to thicken with locusts, Itsukai grew more excited. There really are a lot of them. He condensed a Lotus Explosion. But this is even better. If they gather together, it saves me the trouble. Once they enter the range of Lotus Explosion, I'll crush them all at once. As the swarm of locusts closed in from all four directions, Itsukai shouted. Now, activating Lotus Explosion. A destructive beam of light tore through the dense swarm of locusts. A series of notifications appeared after the explosion defeated Demon Locust Level 1 with Lotus Explosion. Range of all skills 1%. Thick dust rose. Itsukai stood there, having dealt with the first wave without breaking a sweat. The information panel updated Lotus Explosion LV. Second, active effect consumes mana to deal explosive damage to enemies within a 10.5 meter diameter. Power is proportional to mana consumed. Passive effect each time a living creature of level 1 or higher is defeated with Lotus Explosion. The range of all skills will increase by 1%. Current 110%. He deduced. 110% means I killed 110 of them at once. With beasts of this level, spending 10% mana for a 10% increase in firepower is a good trade. Considering my remaining mana and recovery rate during battle, I can probably fire about 10 more shots. Even if I kill 100 enemies each time, I can increase my total skill range by another one. Dars like yours. Current mana 250 to 280 FS. He felt that if this dungeon didn't have a cooldown, things would be much smoother. Waiting and not seeing a notification, Itsukai realized something was wrong. Strange. The challenge successful notification isn't appearing. Don't tell me. A reminder popped up detected rank C skill Mother's Will. Super simulation activated. Analysis progress 1%. Itsukai looked behind him warily. Still more enemies. A swarm of locusts flew towards him from somewhere. He immediately activated his protective ward. Mother's Will is the skill of the boss here? I was careless, thinking there was no boss. It's a good thing I can increase the range of Lotus Explosion again. But the problem is I don't know where the boss is. Itsukai activated Lotus Explosion. I'll deal with these first. If that's the case, I'll just wipe out all the small fry until the boss shows itself. A fierce explosion incinerated the second wave. The system announced defeated Demon Locust Level 1 with Lotus Explosion. Range of all skills 1%. Current 220%. He celebrated silently. The range of Lotus Explosion is now 16 meters. The effect is fantastic. The information panel displayed Lotus Explosion LV. Second, active effect consumes mana to deal explosive damage to enemies within a 16-meter diameter. Power is proportional to mana consumed. Itsuke frowned, looking at the dense smoke before him. I've killed over 100 of its minions. But the boss still hasn't shown itself. Other locusts had hatched from their eggs. They crawled out of holes in the ground and flew up. He saw it immediately. They're appearing again. The notification updated analysis progress 27%. He made a mental note: I can only use Lotus Explosion 9 more times. At this time, his mana was at 230 to 280 FS. Flames condensed in Itsuke's palm. No matter how many times you appear, I will. As he clapped his hands together, he declared, "Erase you all." The explosion erupted, a great fire spreading fiercely. The notification updated defeated Demon Locust Level 1 with Lotus Explosion. Range of all skills 1%. He continued to detonate with Lotus Explosion X2. Itsukai continued with Lotus Explosion X5. And Lotus Explosion X7 was activated. The blast spreading all around. The information panel displayed Lotus Explosion LV. Second, active effect consumes mana to deal explosive damage to enemies within a 54.5 meter diameter. Power is proportional to mana consumed. Passive effect: each time a living creature of level 1 or higher is defeated with Lotus Explosion, the range of all skills will increase by 1%. Current 990%. Itsukai wondered. I've defeated 7 swarms 9 times so far. It increased the range of Lotus Explosion by 990%. But I only have enough mana for 1 more Lotus Explosion. But why are they here now? Mana 5280 FS. Looking at the black swarm of locusts covering the sky, Itsukai just wanted to curse. Is there no end to them? What worried him was that the boss showed no sign of appearing. One option was to retreat from the dungeon and challenge it again after the analysis was complete. But only cowards would do that. He condensed a Lotus Explosion. No matter how many of them there are, I'll wipe them all out. A lotus flower bloomed on this barren land, its firepower burning fiercely. Itsukai was panting with exhaustion from that move. But when a new wave of locusts flew over, he was shocked. Still more, and their numbers haven't decreased at all. A notification updated progress 91%. Itsukai noticed something unusual. What's going on? Since the first wave, all the beasts that appeared were level 1. Their bodies are also small, as if they were just born. I see. The boss's ability is infinite reproduction. The boss's information was also displayed. Locust Queen 279. Insectoid. Level 13. Grade 1 talent lays a large number of demon locust eggs. Skill Mothers will ranks D remotely controls hatch demon locusts. Max 110 units. He decided to change his plan. If it reproduces infinitely, then no matter how hard I try, it's useless unless I can kill the boss. I'm out of mana. The progress was increasing 98%, 99%. Itsukai thought to himself, the analysis will be done soon. When the analysis reached 100%, a blue orb appeared. The information panel continued to update. Analysis of Mothers will complete. Acquired Mana Sense LV. 1. Mana Sense LV. First active effect after activation. Continuously consumes mana to sense the flow of mana within a 100-meter diameter. Effective range expanded to 1100 meters due to the passive effect of Lotus Explosion. Passive effect: when an enemy unit is detected, recover 10% of personal mana. Itsukai was overjoyed. A scouting skill. With the passive from Lotus Explosion, the effective range is now over 1,000 meters. Plus, I can recover mana every time I sense an enemy. This is the perfect passive effect for this dungeon. I could just ignore the boss and keep hunting the small fry, which wouldn't be bad. I've kept AY waiting. I need to finish this dungeon now. A reminder appeared. Acquired Mana Sense LV. First, all stats 10. Remove all negative effects and fully restore all wounds. Attack 280-290. Speed 280-290. Defense 280-290. Magic 280-290. Total 11 when 1160. Itsukari touched his forehead, locating the boss with monosense. Ripples of sound waves emanated from beneath his feet. Itsuke stood still to scan for the boss's location. Finally, the first sound wave reached the boss. His eyes snapped open. There you are. Itsuke's fingertips controlled at our orb. He raised it and said, using your own children as a shield is useless. With the passive of Lotus Explosion applied, the travel distance of Piercing Orb will definitely reach it. The notification displayed Piercing Orb range 120 meters. The Piercing Orb was aimed at the ground. The boss below flew up to escape, but it was ambushed by Itsuke from behind. He said with a cold smile, "Got you." A single blow shattered the boss into pieces. Looking at the disoriented swarm of locusts, Itsuke guessed, losing their queen has thrown them into chaos. Fire flared up on his arm. Don't worry. I'll send you to meet your mother soon. When he was done, the area was thick with smoke, with all skill ranges increased by 210%. The blast radius of Lotus Explosion is 65.5 meters, and the travel distance of Piercing Orb has also increased. The current travel distance of Piercing Orb is 131 meters. The information panel displayed Lotus Explosion LV. Second, active effect consumes mana to deal explosive damage to enemies within a 65.5 meter diameter. Power is proportional to mana consumed. Passive effect: each time a living creature of level 1 or higher is defeated with Lotus Explosion, the range of all skills will increase by 1%. Current 10%. Piercing Orb travel distance 131. He thought happily. This was a bountiful harvest. Once the cooldown is over, I'll challenge it again. And this time I'll push the passive effect of Lotus Explosion into the 5-digit range. The notification updated new record achieved. Challenge time 17 minutes 7 seconds. As he was about to leave, Itsuke mumbled, 17 minutes. I must have been worried. She'll probably act cold again when I return safely. But she's actually very kind and considerate. Her dishonesty is also quite cute. As soon as he stepped out, Itsuke announced, I'm back. Sorry for making you worry. He fell silent, his eyes flashing with anger, because Itsuke saw Iwaya being severely beaten by Silas. He was holding her up by the neck. Silas turned and asked, entering alone and coming out of this dungeon safely, You must be the one G is hunting, right? He continued, just in time. I was about to make her spill information about you, but even in this state, she wouldn't say a thing. She's tougher than most men. His actions enraged Itsuke. Let go with your filthy hands. If you do, I'll just beat you up a bit and let you go. Silas said arrogantly, Don't get cocky, you level 0 rookie. Itsuke didn't want to drag it out and immediately charged forward. The man was stunned, his arrogance gone. So fast. Death Hound. Receiving its master's command, it stepped forward to block the blow. A notification appeared: detected rank B Shikigami Death Hound. Activating super simulation. Analysis progress 1%. Itsukai realized this dog was a Shikigami, meaning the man in the hat was a Shikigami user. When the progress reached 12%, Silas analyzed silently. He has no wasted movements, and his speed is incredible. No wonder even OGA lost. He probably didn't even have time to medal IZE. He was still choking AYA. But I have the hound in the hostage. Hearing her cry out in pain, Itsukai called out worriedly, IYA. Progress reached 34%. The death hound broke free from the hand holding it. Silas thought smugly, the hound's bite can crush any defense with a stat below 300. The best he can hope for is just having an arm torn off. The next development shocked him. What? Itsukai blocked the death hound's bite with one hand, while his other hand was firing a piercing orb. As the lotus bloomed, the piercing orb shot straight up from under the death hound's jaw, through its head. Itsukai spoke. Without their Shikigami, Shikigami users are basically weak. Analysis progress 77%. Seeing him preparing to deal with him next, Silas thought in surprise, this guy's a rookie. So, he doesn't know that Shikigami can be resurrected? It possesses the rank B skill post-mortem, which can shorten its revival time. As the death hound rose again to bite him, the man gloated, just be careless and become the hound's food. A notification appeared: Mana sense activated. Mana, like sound waves, radiated out. He turned and kicked the death hound. Itsukai felt that continuously activating mana sense, since he got it, was the right choice. When the analysis reached 91%, he glanced at the man behind him, almost done analyzing. If the blue lotus appears because of super simulation, he might get suspicious. Silas realized his strength and speed are superior to the hound's. And he has a scouting skill? I can't ambush him like this. He had no choice but to use AYA as a hostage. Resist any further, and this woman is dead. Itsukai was calculating silently. I want to complete the analysis without the blue lotus appearing. A notification appeared: analysis progress 100%. Analysis of death hound complete. Acquired Shikigami Plunder LV. Second, Shikigami Plunder LV. 2. Active effect by directly touching a Shikigami of rank H or lower. You can make it your own. Passive effect: number of usable Shikigami 0 halves. Itsukai was surprised to receive this. So I can control the effect? I finished the analysis without the blue lotus appearing. A reminder appeared: acquired Shikigami Plunder LV. Second, all stats 20. Because super simulation was not fully activated, the removal of negative effects and wound recovery did not occur. Attack 290-310. Speed 290-310. Defense 290-310. Magic 290-310. Itsukai figured it out. So there's a price for skipping the blue lotus and losing the recovery effect. But since I recovered from the dungeon just now, I can still go almost all out without recovery. Facing the resurrected death hound for the second time. Yet a plan. This skill. It seems I can steal someone else's Shikigami. Itsukai closed his eyes, power radiating like a bright white aura. If that's the case, his palm slammed into the death hound's head. I'll take your dog. It squeezed its eyes shut as a stream of energy flowed into the death hound's body. Then, Itsukai gave it another kick for good measure. Silas saw this and shouted angrily, "Useless dog! What did I feed you all that experience for?" He threatened, "Hey, resist any more and I'll cut this woman's throat." Aya struggled to say, "Don't worry about me." Itsukai raised his hands. "All right, don't touch her." Silas was temporarily satisfied. If you had just been like this from the start, this woman wouldn't have had to suffer. He started to extract information. "Why are you targeting me? I don't remember having any grudge against you." The man knew full well. "Still trying to fish for information? I guess I can tell you since you'll be meeting him anyway. Raijiki no Shida is extremely angry with you for entering North District without permission. I am the Hound Master Silas, and I'm here to capture you on his orders." Hearing that name, Itsukai's face darkened. Raijiki no Shida. So it's that guy again. I have to meet him in person and settle this. Silas laughed coldly. "You'll meet him soon enough. Right after your body is torn to shreds, the hound is about to rip your legs off. If you value this woman's life, then this time, don't use that strange ice shield to protect yourself." He ordered the hound, "Tear his legs off for me." Having gotten the information he wanted, he played his hand. "Hound, prove you are worthy of being my Shikigami." Silas could never have imagined that the dog he raised would turn and bite him. Itsukai had caught a warrior in his arms. The man looked at his severed arm and screamed, "Damn it! Why? Why are you attacking me?" "Your master?" The death hound went to Itsukai's side, a lotus mark appearing on its forehead. He praised it. "Good boy." A murderous or erupted from Itsukai. "I will repay the pain Aya suffered 100 times over." "No, I will repay it 1,000 times over." Silas tried to buy time. "Wait, let me explain. I was just following Raiji's orders. I had no choice." "That's right. Let's team up. I'll lure Raiji out for you." Itsukai replied, "That's a good proposal." The man was overjoyed. "I've tricked you." A hidden weapon shot out from Silas's side. "Die, you brat." Itsukai tilted his head to the side. "But I'd rather kill Raijiki no Shida myself." He ordered the hound, "Make him suffer Aya's pain." The man's attitude changed again. "It was an accident. I'm sorry. Give me another chance." The death hound growled, its red eyes glaring at Silas. The man tried to reason with it. "Hound, have you forgotten? I'm your master. I fed you so much. The death hound's large mouth opened wide. After the death hound finished dealing with the man, he suddenly spoke up. "You've been following me since I left the dungeon, right?" Itsuke's cold gaze swept behind him. How long are you going to hide? Why don't you show yourself? From a distant bush, someone had been secretly watching. A masked Iberia stepped out and asked, "You found me?" His sharp gaze turned to him. "Are you that guy's accomplice?" He took off his mask. "No, I'm not an enemy. Please, let me explain." Itsuke turned to leave coldly. "Fine. I don't have time to talk to you. How'd? When you're done eating, follow me." Isn't the Death Hound's bodies gradually faded? Iberia was surprised. He can even make a mad dog like that obey him. This person might be able to save me. He followed after him, asking, "My name is Iberia. And you?" That fight just now was amazing, though there were a few close calls. He answered concisely, "It's okay. It's okay." He continued, "You're the mysterious guy who took down that Warmia, right?" Having just met, Iberia was already being quite forward. "Can you do me a favor? I'll pay you. If you want, I can even pay with magic stones or weapons." Seeing him ignore him and continue walking, he thought to himself, "What the hell? Shouldn't people be happy when I offer full payment? Did the old man lie to me?" Before, the old blacksmith had told him, just like in a desert, a simple cup of water is more valuable than treasure. Rewards require skill. Give a sword to one who thirsts for revenge. Give medicine to one who is injured. To them, that is a worthy reward. Iberia understood this principle. "I see," he continued. "You walked here, right? You can't move fast while carrying an injured person, and the nearest hospital is tens of kilometers away. If you keep going at this pace, that woman will die." In Iberia's hand was something very necessary for AYA at this moment. "I also have a recovery scroll." Itsuke's footsteps stopped when he heard the words, "I can save her." He turned back and asked, "Really?" Iberia replied, "I can't fully heal her, but I can save her life." Itsuke laid AYA down. He carefully wrapped the bandage around her. Itsuke asked with concern, "Is it okay to use it over her clothes?" He explained, "This isn't an ordinary bandage. It's a rare artifact, made from the silk of the Shadow tribe and the skin of the Kodama tribe." He was skeptical when he heard the word artifact. Iberia understood. "At your level, you must have just awakened. It's only natural that you don't know. Modern weapons have no effect on beasts. That's why you can't fight them with firepower. But arcane smiths can create special artifacts to fight beasts using parts of beasts. Artifacts are divided into 4 tiers based on the arcane smith's skill in the materials. Common artifacts are no different from ordinary weapons, except that they can harm beasts and awakened. Common artifact, common sword. Rare artifacts enhance some of the owner's stats. Rare artifact, swift blade minus increases speed. Magic. Epic artifacts. Epic artifacts not only enhance stats but also have special abilities. For example, the epic blood sword increases attack power. Special effect absorbs blood to increase the blade's temperature and reduce the enemy's self-healing ability by 50%. And finally, the ultimate goal that all arcane smiths aspire to: unique artifacts with skyrocketing stats and powerful. What are they kind of effects? Unique artifact, Holy Sword. Increases attack and speed. Unique effect, the infinite mana contained within the Holy Sword allows for unlimited skill use. Arcane smiths themselves don't have much combat power, and there aren't many of them, but because they can forge artifacts, they are respected by all awakened. Itsuke understood. "So your father is an arcane smith," he proudly revealed. "Not just any arcane smith. Many arcane smiths go their whole lives without making a single unique artifact. Currently, there are only 10 such items in the entire southern continent, and 3 of them were made by my old man. That's why people call him the Arcane Smith King of the northern continent." Seeing Itsuke turn his back to him, Iberia called out, "Are you listening?" He was a little annoyed. "Hey, I put my heart into explaining that. Don't ignore me." Itsuke was currently observing the weapon in his hand. It was the crossbow that the guy named Silas had used. Meanwhile, Iberia was curiously observing him. "He's not surprised at all to hear my father's name. Any other awakened would be clinging to me by now." Meanwhile, Itsuke was calculating. "With this, I can reduce the frequency of using piercing orb and lower the risk of revealing my hand." Iberia had a good eye for things. "It's a rare artifact," he said, disappointed lie. "Too bad it doesn't have any arrows." He revealed, "Ranged weapons like this can assimilate ordinary ammunition into artifact ammunition, so you don't need to worry about arrows." The information panel displayed Hunter's crossbow rare. Speed 50. Itsukai was surprised. It disappeared. He explained, "That's another function of artifacts. Once it links with its owner, it will be stored away, and you can summon it back whenever you need it." Itsukai said politely, "Quite convenient. Thanks for treating her. If you need any help, just let me know. Once I'm done here, I have to find Raijiki no Shita." Iberia changed the subject. "When I heard that name just now, I thought I misheard. Daring to start a fight with Raijiki no Shita in North District for is really brave." Itsuke questioned, "What? You want me to give up?" He denied it. "No. If it's Raijiki no Shita, then we have a common goal." Itsuke misunderstood. "You angered him too?" Iberia replied, "Not exactly. But I want you to team up with me to participate in the qualifying round of the National Salvation Alliance tournament the day after tomorrow." He thought to himself, "The qualifying round? Why I mentioned that too. I heard only the top 10 get to enter the main tournament. I've been too busy these past few days to prepare for it." Itsukai had a question. "What does the qualifying round have to do with Raijiki no Shita?" He answered, "The qualifying rounds are held by continents, and the venue for the Northern Continent is in North District 4. As the son of the regional administrator, Raijiki no Shita is clearly aiming for the main tournament. In fact, his older brother is also a savior, so if he doesn't make it into the top 10, it would be a disgrace to the Kainoshita clan. That's why he's monopolizing all the dungeons in North District for to level up." Itsukai was still unclear about something. "Why team up with someone like me? You've already helped me so much." Iberia's reason was simple. "Because you're strong. My instincts tell me that if we team up, we'll definitely pass the qualifying round." Itsukai asked further, "You're younger than me, right? You'll have many opportunities in the future. So why does it have to be this year?" A sad look crossed Iberia's face. "Why? It's because, ever since I was little, I've watched my old man forge artifacts. Each finished piece was like a perfect work of art, and my admiration for him just grew and grew. So I always dreamed that one day I would become an awakened and fight beasts with equipment made by my own father. Then, a month ago, I finally awakened. Excited, I asked my father to make an artifact for me. He refused. It's still too early. Only saviors can use my artifacts." Iberia had cried and begged. Even so, I kept asking. And finally, he gave me a condition. If I pass this year's qualifying round, he'll give me a masterpiece. That's why I absolutely have to win this year's qualifying round. Itsukai felt that was such a great father. There should be many people wanting to team up with him. "You don't need to team up with a level 0 like me," he replied. "My father thought so too. That's why before I left, he said, 'Listen here. Pass the qualifying round on your own strength. If you rely on strong teammates, I won't give it to you.'" Itsukai had to admit, "Your dad is really strict," Iberia said helplessly. "According to my information, most of the promising candidates have already been bought by Kinoshita. The rest are loners who don't like to team up or already have teams. So there's no one left to ask." He eagerly grabbed his hand. "But 2 days ago, I heard about someone who defeated one of the 4 pillars, Wanya, and even broke a record. I searched for information, and that's how I found you." Itsukai shook his hand off in disgust. "All right, I don't care about teaming up. But first, I want to take her to the hospital." Iberia quickly said, "I'll go with you. From now on, we're teammates." He was already thinking ahead. "We should think of a team name too. You're Itsukai and I'm Iberia. So, what about Ibeden?" "No, that sounds like a shop name. Ibe isn't good either. How about Tenrius?" "Tenrius? Huh?" AYA was feeling a bit of a headache. My god, this guy talks even more than Omakyu. Speaking of which, how are Riger and Sia? They've both become awakened, right? Are they participating in the qualifying round? Iberia was still talking. Since both our names have the letter I. What about double I? On Riger's side, he was training hard, his body staggering backwards. Sia asked with concern, "Are you sick?" Riger denied it. "No? Maybe someone's talking about me. Probably Itsukai." She grew sad hearing his name. "Itsukai. How long has it been since that attack? I didn't think we'd be apart for so long. I wonder if he's okay." Riger saw this and teased her. "You're so weird. If you're so worried about Itsukai, why didn't you go see him after he defeated the beast?" Sia, embarrassed and angry. launched a water-type ability at him. Rika protested angrily. Sucker punching is cheating. Sia put her hands on her hips and retorted, cheating or not, we're in combat training, right? It's your fault for being careless, right? Has Yuta stepped forward and said, that's right. The national tournament qualifying round starts the day after tomorrow. There's no time for fooling around. Sia condensed a stream of water in her palm. Finally, another awakened to practice with. I'm so tired of fighting Rika. Her information displayed K as a rag-eye Sia. Human. Level 11. Job Water Elementalist. Talent Grade 1 Hidden. Stats Attack 110. Speed 160. Defense 125. Magic 160. Total 555. Rieger. Opposite her. Continued. I've never been to North District 4. I hear it's a bustling city. I'm excited to see it with my own eyes. His information displayed fully Hore no Rieger. Human. Level 10. Job Elementalist. Talent Grade to Hidden. Stats Attack 100. Speed 100. Defense 100. Magic 183. Total 493. On Raiji's side. The box was brought before him. Raiji, tired of waiting for Silas, asked, where's that Houndmaster? It's not like him to be this late. Tankai worriedly suggested. Could something have happened? Raiji grew angry at this. Again? Those useless subordinates. His hand crushed the experienced stone. Tankai asked for instructions. Should we send subordinates to find him? Raiji replied, forget him. The qualifying round is a top priority. If I lose, the old man will lock me in an isolation room. He moved on to another matter. By the way, how is the thing I requested? He reported. Among the 113 candidates on the northern continent, we have persuaded 887 people as requested. All of them are level 5 or higher. Raiji picked up the remaining stone. Good. You are truly a reliable subordinate. Tankai reminded him this was the last magic stone. He had received the experience and leveled up. Energy radiated fiercely from Raiji's body. He felt, to crush these commoners. This is more than enough. His information displayed Raiji no Shida. Human. Level 12. Job Lightning Elementalist. Talent Grade to Hidden. Stats Attack 135. Speed 168. Defense 130. Magic 170. Total 603. Back on Itsuke's side, he had returned to the school. He took the blame. I'm sorry, Master, for putting AYA in such a dangerous situation. Enienda offered to help. There's nothing we can do about it. I can eliminate him if you wish. Itsukai refused. No, leave it to me. He praised him. Very good. Tell me the whole story later. Iberia, who had followed them, was surprised and thought to himself. So the commander of the northern continent is his master. No wonder he wasn't surprised when I mentioned my father. Enientu is a mysterious person. I should ask for his autograph later. When they reached AYA's hospital room, he continued his explanation. And that's why I've decided to participate in the qualifying round of the National Salvation Alliance tournament with Iberia. Enientu turned his attention to her. I see. How are you feeling? YA, she replied. The blue butterfly healed me. So I've recovered. It's thanks to Iberia reading me with his rare artifact. Enientu turned to him undashed. You possess the wood spirit bandage artifact made by Aiden. So you are his son, correct? Iberia thought to himself. He not only knows about the artifact but also about my father. I should act in a way befitting the eldest son of the arcane Smith King. He admitted. That's right. I am Aiden's father. The entire room fell silent and turned to look at Iberia. Itsukai reminded him. You said it backwards. He blushed with embarrassment. Sorry. Aiden is my father. Enienda cleared his throat, trying to regain his composure. Anyway, thank you for saving my daughter. After the qualifying round, I'll bring Itsukai to greet Aiden with you. I'm sure you don't need to prepare for the tournament. You may leave. IYA and I will be watching tomorrow. Itsukai replied. Yes. Iberia promised. Please rest assured. I will definitely show everyone that we can pass the qualifying round. When they were alone, IYA suddenly said, Dad, you really like Itsukai. When it was Kazunari and me, you always brought me to meetings. Itsukai has a strong self-destructive desire when facing beasts due to childhood trauma. But that desire only weakens when there are people he wants to protect by his side. And Ienta continued. That's why I left you with him. Become his close friend. Become his weakness. And then, become the person he wants to protect. Aiwai thought of this. The person Itsukai wants to protect. Before leaving, Ienta revealed. By the way, regarding the beast attack at the school, it has been determined that it was not an accident but a planned event. Aya was shocked. What did you say, Dad? He continued. The number of traitors siding with the beast is increasing. Although the scale varies, there have also been attacks targeting the commanders on other continents. As of now, the future of humanity is bleak. He believed Itsukai will surely destroy it and become the light of hope. In North District 4, the qualifying round of the National Salvation Alliance tournament. Itsukai and he were there. He exclaimed, there are more people than I thought. Iberia added, I heard that as soon as the news spread that any N2 would be watching, those who were planning to participate suddenly changed their minds. The number of participants jumped from around 3 Zaro to nearly 5. Zaro. Raiji was annoyed by the crowd. Any N2. That old man. He's causing too many variables. Tankai assured him. Please rest assured. They're just a mixed bunch who decided to participate on the fly. They won't have time to form teams. So we still have the advantage in numbers. Tell the people we recruited to tie a red ribbon around their right arm so we know they're on our side. Rieger was there too. Curious. Are red ribbons in fashion? Should I wear one too? Sia gasped. Since N2 is here to watch. Maybe Itsukai is too. So are YU. The host of the International Salvation Alliance tournament qualifying round, announced, everyone, I will explain the rules before we begin the qualifying round. The competition venue for the qualifying round is divided into 2 areas, the inner area and the outer area. In the first stage of the qualifying round, you will start from the 4 cardinal directions of the outer area. First, you will compete based on the time it takes to enter the inner area. The moment you enter the inner area, your ranking will be recorded on your bracelet, and only the top 300 will advance to the second round. Rieger looked at the thing on his wrist in surprise. The bracelet has that function. Sia thought sadly. Eliminating thousands of people in the first round. It's so brutal. So are why you revealed. You are allowed to bring to artifacts. Team up with anyone. And use anything you like. Only the results matter. Iberia suddenly called out in surprise. It's okay. Look, he continued. After the first round ends, the rankings will be announced, and the rules for the second round will also be announced. He was focused on the man. That's Raiji Kinoshita. He's ordering his faction. Got it? Anyone who runs in front of me. Stop them. Iberia speculated. The ones next to him must be the candidates he bought off. For now, let's just enter the inner area as fast as possible. Once Kinoshita enters the inner area and lets his guard down, we'll ambush him. As soon as he finished speaking, the following situation made him stare in horror. Iberia reminded him. Did you hear what I said? 2 of Raiji's underlings asked Itsukai. Who are you? Careful, this guy isn't wearing a ribbon. Meanwhile, so, or why you had announced. Well then, round 1. Begin, he said with concern. The number of young people wanting to join the Salvation Alliance is increasing. It's a welcome sight. But quantity is meaningless without quality. Height Nakura recalled. In our time, there were quite a few candidates over level 15. So are why you said thoughtfully. The year you participated, there were only 2, right? Those to that year were level 21 and level 18. Height Nakara continued. That's why I said it would be boring without rookies like Kazunari. I hope there are some, he replied. Don't be silly. I once-in-a-century genius like that doesn't just appear out of nowhere. He turned to an N2 and asked, I heard there's a student on the northern continent who defeated a level 8 bone soldier right after awakening and became your disciple. Is that true? The newcomer, hearing this, denied it. Defeating a level 8 right after awakening? Impossible. And N2 admitted frankly. It's true. He asked curiously. Is that person among them too? So or why you thought to himself. N2's second acknowledged disciple after Kazunori Satsumi. He must have incredible talent. He also looked at the monitoring screen curiously. Who is it? So or why you eliminated possibilities one by one. Rieger. Level 10. Gold Elementalist. Talent is a mediocre grade 2. Not him. Keize Ragaisiya. Level 11. Possesses a grade 1 talent. But she's a support-oriented water elementalist. So probably not her either. He thought it must be this girl, Habane Hannah. But she's an unusually high level 16. Not her, but Hannah is the highest level candidate. Height and Akira noticed him. This time there's a level 0 candidate. So are why you wasn't surprised. Every year there are those who participate out of curiosity but get crushed immediately and withdraw. Meanwhile, Raiji and his men were laughing loudly. A level 0 candidate. Really? Are you lost, kid? Itsukai raised his hand, showing them the crossbow. Raiji recognized it as Silas's. Who the hell are you? He asked directly. You were looking for me, right? The man realized. This low-level trash is the one who took down Wanya. Are you kidding me? I see. You came here on someone's orders to provoke me, right? Raiji ordered his underlings. Get rid of him. He immediately charged forward. Leave it to us. We'll make him regret insulting you. My lord. Raiji took off. I don't have time to talk to trash like you. Currently, he was surrounded by a group of people. Height and Akira noticed this. A level 6 until level 7 seconds. You don't even need to look to know the outcome. If he begs for mercy now, he might survive. Iberia was calculating silently. I can take down one of them. But even if Itsukai is strong, taking down for it once, he touched the pouch on his hip. Means I have no choice but to use that thing. One man looked at Itsukai with contempt. I thought there would be some tough opponents waiting, but it turns out it's just a level piece of trash. He ordered coldly, get out of my way. That attitude initially made the man pause. This man and the others put their hands on their hips and laughed loudly. Height and Akira found this quite interesting. Good. I like that attitude. He decided, if you're going to die, I'll save you. The man had reached out his hand. I'll smash your head to see what's inside. But before he could touch Itsukai, he was sent flying, teeth scattering on the ground. He repeated in a commanding tone. I said, get out of my way. Height and Akira was astonished by this scene. An opponent with a higher level than himself, and he took him down in an instant? This situation scared the men on their side. Honda is level 7. How did that newbie? His accomplice had condensed a fireball. Don't panic. He was just careless. I'll burn you to a crisp. He launched his full power rampy skill. Full power fire cannon. Itsukai stood calmly before the approaching fireball, while Iberia was terrified. Too fast. I don't even have time to use my artifact. Looking at the sea of flames surrounding where he stood, one man asked with concern, isn't that a bit much for a level 0? The man replied, people always die in the qualifying round. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for acting tough despite being only level 0. But someone realized, hey, something's not right. As the flames gradually died down, they saw an ice shield had blocked the fire. What is that? Iberia, behind him, exclaimed in admiration. No way. He blocked that entire wide area fire spell. He's amazing. He reminded them coldly. Stay away from me. A notification displayed black ice wall has blocked a rank B fire type skill. Defense increased by 10%. Attack 310. Speed 310. Defense 341. Magic 310. Total 1240-1271. Itsukai thought to himself. Defense increased by 33. I need to confirm if the passive effect of black ice wall still activates when blocking the same skill from the same target more than once. The man who had just attacked was extremely shocked. No damage at all. Is that his ice type skill? There's no water elementalist here. How can he use an ice type skill? He reminded him coldly. Try that move again. This time, I won't block. This immediately angered the man. Are you insulting me? Emma never goes back on his word. Itsukai replied. Yeah, I promise. Flames roared towards him. This time, I'll definitely finish you with my strongest move. Itsukai stood there, the firepower like a massive sphere covering the space above his head. Itsukai thought, its firepower is stronger than before, but it's still a fire-type skill. The place where he stood was engulfed in massive flames. The fat man in the team reminded him. You went overboard. The man was confident. With this firepower, it can even take down a level 8. In his mind, he thought, It consumed all my mana. This is the finishing blow. A bit of a waste on a level 0 opponent. But this charade is over. But the scene before him terrified the man. What? Itsukai appeared perfectly unharmed. So if it's the same skill from the same person, the passive effect of Black Ice Wall doesn't activate again? I see. Confirmation complete. Time to end this. The men immediately panicked. He blocked my ultimate skill so easily. Impossible. Yeah, that ice skill is strong. But I found its weakness. Another man tried to shoot fire at him. Itsukai thought, trying to overwhelm me with numbers? He had activated his Black Ice Wall. A loud explosion sounded, fierce flames burning the area. The fire thrower thought to himself, even if he has a powerful skill, a level 0's mana is limited. If we can rain his mana until he can't create that ice shield anymore, we'll win. Suddenly, his hand was grabbed by his hand, stopping the stream of fire he was shooting. The man was stunned, not believing his eyes. He closed the distance in an instant. Itsukai reminded him, even after blocking so many fireballs, the passive effect only activated once. He strained, trying to crush his hand. If your advantage is speed, then ours is strength. Itsukai asked nonchalantly, are you even trying? He threw a punch that sent the man flying. You look like you're struggling, so I'll make it easier for you. Looking at the notification, Itsukai was surprised. 33-point increase in defense. 0.234. So it's calculated based on the defense value before reinforcement. The notification read Black Ice Wall has blocked a rank B fire-type skill. Defense increased by 10%. Defense 310. 62 from Black Ice Wall. He turned to the remaining men. To more elementalists. Come at me. I'll use you to increase the passive effect of Thunderquake 3. They started to want to retreat. They were both taken down. No doubt about it. This guy's faking his stats. Let's get out of here. Itsukai found this ridiculous. You think I'll let you go? The two other elementalists desperately launched a lightning attack. Damn it. Then I'll take you down. This isn't a fire at Rebuke. Don't think that will work. Their combined power launched a rank C skill, Silver Serpent. A notification appeared to absorb rank C lightning element skill with Thunderquake 3. Speed increased by 5%. Attack 310. Speed 341. Defense 372. Magic 310. Total 1333. Height Nakira watched Itsukai's progress intently. He's taking down higher level Awaken like it's a joke. Seeing the last to defeated, he wondered, who is he? Itsukai had confirmed his theory. So the passive effect of Thunderquake 3 is like Black Ice Wall. It doesn't stack for skills from the same target. Iberia was nudging one of the guys with his foot. They're all down. I thought this would be a tough fight, but I never expected Itsukai to be this strong. What kind of power are you using? One of them isn't dead yet. Who the hell are you? You can't be a level 0. Iberia sneered. You ask who we are? Itsukai questioned the word. We. He proudly introduced them. We are the E-Duo. Remember that name. Because one day, we'll be the strongest pair on the northern continent. Not wanting to linger, Itsukai grabbed Iberia and dragged him away. Forget it? Let's go after Kainoshita. Iberia protested. But we're heading into the zone. The guy who heard the name was speechless. The E-Duo? How lame. Raiji was dashing forward but still kept an eye on the situation behind him. It's pretty noisy. That level 0. He's already been taken down. But that crossbow is definitely Silas's. I'll have to investigate that later. No one on this northern continent can capture Silas except for a savior. While he was lost in Thai, someone else overtook him. Kaji celebrated internally. Passed another one. Unlike those muscle heads, my specialty is speed. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning shot toward him. Kaji fell to the ground. An attack at top speed? Who the hell was that? Raiji planted his foot on Kaji's head. He said with contempt, that's what you get for running ahead of me. Raiji turned back and yelled at his followers. Get a grip. I need to conserve my stamina for round 2. Don't waste my time with trash like this. This act displeased Denny N2. That's the son of the administrator for Northern Region 4. Is he jealous of Kinoshita? So or why you couldn't stand to watch either. So arrogant. I wonder how he was raised. But he's not breaking any rules, so there's nothing we can do. Meanwhile, Raiji thought to himself, with them clearing out the annoyances, my strength is about to recover. With this, I can get through round 2 with ease. A group of people had stopped before the inner zone. Raiji thought, so this is inner zone A ahead. This is too easy. Suddenly, from behind, someone shouted the word trash. Raiji immediately turned around, a bad feeling rising in his gut. Raiji questioned the others. Who dares to call me by that name? They denied it. Not me. Don't look at me like that. I didn't do anything. It was him, back there. The levels are a rookie. They all turned their attention to the 2 newcomers. When Raiji got a clear look, he was shocked. A level 0? Don't tell me it's really him. Seriously? He took all of them down? Impossible. A level 6 and a level 7 couldn't handle it? Raiji thought. I see. He must have bribed them. He laughed mockingly and asked, how long have you been following me? You worthless level 0 trash? Itsukai declared flatly. You're staying here until we're done. Beside him, Iberia thought. Itsukai basically carried me here. Every opponent we faced was defeated instantly. Without Itsukai, I would have been eliminated long ago. Raiji turned his back, ready to leave. I'm busy. I don't have time to mess with you. But I've prepared an opponent for you. He gave an order. You all, take care of him. They felt insulted. What? All for 1 level 0 brat? Did you just call out Kinoshita by name? Get real. We'll teach you some manners. Don't worry. I'll show those to what hell is. Iberia counted their numbers, his face growing pale. 80, 78, 79. There are over 100 of them. What should we do? Itsukai grabbed him by the scruff of his neck and told him to cover his head. Then, he leapt over the entire crowd. He even grabbed Kaji by the collar on his way. Itsukai threw Iberia forward, while Kaji was tossed backward. Raiji was caught by his men. While Iberia was still flying towards the inner zone, Itsukai turned back to face him. It seems you didn't understand my words. Let me repeat myself. He stood there, blocking Raiji's path. Until we're done, you are not allowed to go anywhere. Meanwhile, Sia and Rieger warily entered the inner area. The screen updated. She had secured 4th place. He was in 5th place. Rieger collapsed to the ground, exhausted. Those guys in the red bandanas interfered again. They still haven't learned their lesson and keep trying to get in our way. Sia added, if we hadn't worked together, we would have been knocked out before we even got here. He sighed in disappointment. Still, I really thought our group was the fastest. I can't believe someone was even faster than us. Gaku was there in 3rd place. He thought with dissatisfaction. I can't believe I only got 3rd. Sune, in 2nd place, teased her rival. Are you hungry already? You just finished eating. She shifted her gaze towards Kana, who had finished in 1st place. Most importantly, look at the leader. She's already reached level 16. Sia thought to herself, Itsukai must be fighting alone. What if he's surrounded just like we were? Rieger's jaw dropped in shock. Look, is someone flying this way? Hearing that, she frowned and glanced over. He landed with a thud. The system made an announcement. Iberia has entered the inner zone. Position 6. Just then, Iberia frantically called out Itsukai's name. Rieger froze. Did that guy just say it's okay? Sia nodded in confirmation. Yes, I heard it too. They looked into the distance and saw his imposing figure facing off against 100 people. That silhouette. It's definitely Itsukai. Amidst the pouring rain, he repeated his warning. Until I've settled things, I won't let you leave this place. So or why you wondered. That rookie is just 1 step away from the core zone. Why is he so obsessed with taking down Raiji Kinoshita? Aiwae looked on, sad and weary. As she watched his situation, he suggested to heighten Akira. Be ready to provide aid if he gets into trouble. Akira thought to himself, Itsukai. He just unleashed an incredible burst of speed. I don't know if I could have done the same at his age. Over there. Raiji's face darkened. You keep getting in my way. Again and again. Prepare yourself. What's about to happen isn't just a battle. It's a complete and utter humiliation reserved just for you. In other words, this is a 100-on-1 bet down. Itsukai couldn't care less about the rankings for this round. Passing the preliminaries can wait. Right now, getting justice for AYA is my #1 priority. Raiji roared the order. All of you, take his life. They all activated their abilities and charged aggressively towards him. Itsukai, however, stood his ground calmly, the wind and rain causing his coat to flutter wildly. A fire-type user charged forward first. I won't yield this to anyone. I'll take your head. Skill C rank Fire Fist. Witnessing Itsukai block his powerful attack with just a single open palm, he was terrified. What? Itsukai launched a counterattack, punching his opponent directly in the face. The fire-type user collapsed to the ground, his teeth and lips a bloody mess. The crowd that was surging forward came to a halt. He knocked him out with a single punch. Someone tried to rally them. Don't panic. We have the numbers. We can't lose to a single crippled level 0. They regained their morale. That's right. System announcement everyone. Attack all at once. Itsukai calmly uttered. Even better. System B rank fire skill nullified by Black Ice Wall. Defense increased by 10%. He created a wide area attack with Lotus Firestorm. Let's end this farce quickly. Activate Lotus Firestorm. The flames erupted, the heat washing over their faces as it coiled tightly around Itsukai's arm. A powerful blast shot towards the crowd, the shockwave sending them flying backward. Rieger, who hadn't seen him in a while, was horrified. Is that really Itsukai's skill? Sia, and Iberia were speechless. Gaku noticed the disturbance on the other side. What the hell was that earth-shattering explosion? Sune, stroking the cat in her lap, barely paid it any mind. An explosion of that scale is nothing to me. Kat clutched her sword, standing alone in a corner, seemingly lost in thought. Sorwai looked at the cracked ground where the explosion hit, astonished. That blast was unleashed by a level 0 boy? The firepower is one thing, but how could he cast a skill completely unrelated to his class? Haiden Akira remained silent in the face of the shocking scene. Iya thought to herself, I never knew Itsukai-kun had a wide area skill. This must be why he was so confident back in the Locust Fields. How many trump cards is he hiding? Itsukai was calculating. 30% firepower should be enough. My opponents are human, so I have to hold back to avoid killing them. Raiji stared blankly at the devastation before him. His side was completely wiped out, while the enemy was untouched. Itsukai coldly settled the score with him. Now, it's your turn. Raiji staggered. We had over 100 people, and you annihilated all of them in the blink of an eye? What kind of monster are you? Why do you keep chasing me so relentlessly? Itsukai found it laughable. Chasing you? You are the one who targeted me first and seriously injured my friend. Today, I'm going to make you suffer all the pain she had to endure. Raiji erupted with energy. I am the young master of the prestigious Kinoshita family from Northern Region 4. All the dungeons in this area belong to me. I don't need to struggle against calamity beasts. By using the soul stones my family provides, I can easily reach levels that commoners could never dream of. Our backgrounds are worlds apart. I'll send you to your grave. I will definitely win. Skill B rank Violet Lightning Cannon. Activated. System notification B rank skill Violet Lightning can undetected. Activating Super Simulation. Analysis progress 1%. Itsukai charged directly at Raiji, slamming hard into his body. Raiji clutched his stomach, his whole body trembling in pain as he thought. He dodged that attack? At this speed, is he really just a level 0? I have no chance of winning this fight. He called for help. What are you doing? Get over here and help me. Tankai. Raiji knew full well this was against the rules. However, I don't care about my pride anymore. He boasted. Tankai's a level 35 awakened. About to. Any end to side was already prepared. Haiden Akira cracked his knuckles in excitement. Got it. Itsukai sensed someone approaching from behind. Magic resistance. My mana sense is reacting. Someone is closing in at an extremely high speed. System notification analysis progress 19%. Of course, Itsukai saw through it. And it wasn't just one person. A powerful shockwave came from in front of him. Itsukai calmly glanced at the situation over there. The man who had just pinned Tankai to the ground reminded him. Let's keep going. Itsukai resumed his unfinished business, a murderous sora enveloping his body. He stared down at Raiji at his feet. Looks like your backup won't make it in time. The terrified man tried to use his status as a shield. Wait. My father is the administrator of Northern Region 4. And my brother is a member of the Savior's Guild. Can you handle the consequences of touching a single hair on my head? Itsukai didn't care who he or his father was. A single punch sent Raiji into clinical unconsciousness. Itsukai felt relieved. With this, Iya has gotten her justice. She knew that everything he did today was for her sake. And her face flushed as her heart pounded. So Ryu was astonished. That boy actually defeated Raiji Kinoshita. Why is he looking this way? Itsukai calculated. If I freeze the analysis at 99% now, I can recover my stamina when I enter round 2. Once the simulation hits 99%. System notification analysis halted. Behind him, a voice suddenly called out. Itsukai. He was startled to hear that voice. Itsukai turned his head and saw Seiya. She had been waiting for him there for a long time. Hurry and get inside. Seiya's tone was gentle. You'll catch a cold. Itsukai strode inside and greeted them. It's been a while. System notification Itsukai has entered the inner zone. Position 7th. Iberia and Riga rushed over and hugged him. Itsukai, I missed you so much. You bastard. I'm so relieved to see you're safe. The two of them glared at each other. Sparks flying. Rieger asked Huffail why. Who the hell are you? Why are you clinging to Itsukai like that? He replied coolly. Me? He proudly introduced himself. I am Itsukai's partner. Iberia. Rieger flared up in anger. Turning to scold Itsukai. I never heard you say a word about teaming up with someone else. You traitor. Seiya was surprised. It's rare for Itsukai to make friends. Iberia shot back. Itsukai is a traitor. Are you two a couple or something? What's your team name? He replied. A team name? Who cares about something like that? We're not kids. Iberia smugly shot back. Of course we have one. Rieger prodded. Let me hear it then. Itsukai had to step in and tell them to stop before things got worse. But it was too late. Iberia revealed it with an extremely proud expression. It's steamy. We really racked our brains to come up with that name. The name made Rieger burst out laughing. Teamy? That sounds so lame it's hilarious. Iberia got annoyed. What's so funny? It's an excellent name. So Ryu announced. The number of people who have entered the inner zone has reached 500. Those who haven't arrived will be disqualified. Round 2 will begin shortly. In round 2, you will fight alone against calamity beasts in the testing grounds for 1 hour. Rieger was shocked. Solo battles? Iberia turned serious. Round 2 is finally here. Height and Akira had been waiting for this part. Finally, I've been waiting for this. He was truly looking forward to it. Let's see what special tricks you all have. The group arrived at the area for round 2. The arena was packed with spectators on all 4 sides. Rieger wondered. Round 2 will be held here, right? Iberia couldn't suppress a shiver. It's so dark and creepy in here. Rieger teased. After all this time, you're really still stuck at level 0. Is your level permanently locked? Itsukai nodded in confirmation. He was curious. So your stats haven't budged either, right? How do you get stronger? Iberia chimed in. I also want to know why Itsukai is so strong even though he's only level 0. Itsukai replied. Regarding that, my master forbade me from revealing it to anyone. Seiya intervened. We weren't trained that an Analotarab's abilities are a national secret. Itsukai. You don't have to worry about them. So or why you appeared and asked. Is everyone ready? Iberia was stunned when he saw him approaching. The crowd whispered as they looked up at the figures above. That's so Ryu Fujiwara. He's the one who hosts the national tournament every year. Next to him is Heitan Akira, the veteran from the Glacier Battle. The man with the invincible physical body, and the one in the mask. Could that be the legendary NEN2? It's a gathering of legends. He announced clearly. I will now explain the rules for round 2. Listen carefully. Countless calamity beasts will descend upon the testing grounds. Kill points are calculated based on their danger level. I noticed board appeared with details. Eliminate a hard-level calamity beast 1. Dairo kill points. Kill points by difficulty novice 100. Normal 500. Hard 1. 0. Nightmare 5000. So why you continued with the rules. There will be a 1-minute rest period after defeating a calamity beast. Afterward, you will be forced to teleport to a higher difficulty level. Time remaining 56 seconds. Gaku thought smugly. I'll break through all the way to nightmare level. His status window appeared Gaku. Human. Level 13. Class Earth Elementalist. Talent tier 10. Hidden attribute. Itsukai suddenly spoke up. I have a question. The crowd around began to murmur. This guy is level 0. How did he pass the first round? He must have been carried. Did he just realize round 2 is a solo battle and get scared? That must be it. So are why you agreed. What is it? Feel free to speak. The young man asked directly, without hesitation. Is nightmare level the highest danger level? Height and Akira burst out laughing upon hearing it, while so are Yu's jaw dropped. Those around them immediately scoffed. What's so funny? How could a level 0 possibly survive against a nightmare level calamity beast? I bet he can't even kill a single novice monster, let alone a nightmare one. Gaku scoffed. Just a worthless piece of trash who's all talk. So are Yu calmly explained. Theoretically, the danger level of the calamity beasts is infinite. You will realize that once you engage in battle to destroy a nightmare level monster. It's Skoukai replied. Infinite, you say? Rieger warned him. There's no point in worrying about that. The weakest nightmare level monsters are at least level 10. We'd be lucky to even defeat a hard level one. So are Yu elaborated. The points earned in this qualifier can be added directly to the official national tournament. In other words, whether you have what it takes to join the ranks of the saviors in the future will be largely determined by your performance today. Rieger was thrilled. The points here count directly toward the main tournament. Itsuke quietly made his decision. I have to use that item. Then, Kazunori Satsumi's highest record is 115. 0 points. I need to seize this opportunity to break his record. A notification appeared. All contestants, please enter the testing grounds. Second qualifier round. Begin. As soon as he stepped in, he recognized this as the testing grounds. The scenery wasn't much different from a regular dungeon. Deep within the darkness, countless pairs of glowing red eyes stared intently at Itsukai. The pack of monsters emerged from their hiding places. System warning novice calamity beast calamity hound. Level 1. Quantity 10. Kill points 100. Itsukai rejoiced internally. Finally, a chance to fight calamity beasts. System display gasped Black Eye Swall. He decided on a swift victory. I can't raise my stats on these weaklings. I should just clean them up quickly. Itsukai's battle was broadcast on a giant screen. So are Yu asked with interest. Are you still watching that kid? I'd rather see how that Hanyu girl fights. Height and Akira replied. This young man is far more intriguing. His eyes were glued to the screen. It's time. The old man was curious. Does he really possess something that's shocking? Inside, Itsukai waved his hand and wiped out the entire pack of calamity hounds. System report clear, time 1 second. Points earned 100. So are Yu was stunned. Just 1 second? It usually takes at least a few minutes. Akira said excitedly. I told you from the beginning, didn't I? This kid is much more interesting. The old man believed. Even though there were many calamity hounds, they were only level 1. With full force, it's certainly possible to wipe them out in an instant. However, the next opponent is level 8. Killing it in a few seconds is fantasy. In no time, he encountered a normal level calamity beast. Fire Dragon. Level 8. Kill points 500. So are Yu analyzed. Facing a higher level creature, that kid will definitely struggle. Height and Akira had a different perspective. You really think so? I don't think a level 8 fire dragon is much of a threat. And he had to step forward and asked, how are the other contestants progressing? The man was flustered. Forgive us. We were too engrossed. I will activate Multseerance display mode. This way, we can monitor the top 10 contestants simultaneously. AY read any end his intention. He's deliberately trying to divert attention from Itsukai. Isn't he? So are Yu glanced over the screens. It seems most of the others are still struggling at the novice level. Ciao was still bombarding the calamity beasts with her water attribute abilities. Gaku chose a direct approach, relentlessly smashing each target's head. Kenna deployed her wood attribute abilities, binding on crushing the calamity beasts. So are Yu weighed them. Kenna Hanyu is the only one keeping pace right behind Itsukai. Aoi cried out in alarm. Danger. Itsukai is about to be. He was being swallowed by a torrent of flames from the fire dragon. So Yu was about to rush out. Did he exhaust himself clearing out the calamity hounds and has no strength left to dodge? He'll be critically injured if he takes that fire breath head on. Contact the medical rescue team. Height and Akira stopped him in time. Wait, let's watch a little longer. He was certain that with the speed he showed earlier, dodging a blast like this would be child's play. The electronic board reported casting black ice wall. His entire body was shielded by the black ice wall, completely unharmed without a single scratch. A single, clean sword strike cleaved the fire dragon in two. As it collapsed, the system recorded the event. Clear time 5 seconds. Points earned 500. So or why? You was shocked. Completely unharmed? Did that ice armor really cover his entire body? He could have finished it instantly. Why did he bother taking the hit like that? System notification: Black Ice Wall has nullified a C-rank fire skill. Defense increased by 10%. Itsukai calculated. I must make full use of every opportunity to raise my stats. He glanced at his stats. My defense has now reached 434. His stats refreshed. Itsukai. Human. Levels are locked. Profession Analotarib. Talent Nerve on a special grade. Skill Super Simulations E rank. Lightning Quake LV. 1. Black Ice Wall LV. 2. Lotus Firestorm LV. 1. Piercing Herb LV. 2. Mana Sense LV. 1. Spirit Guardian LV. First, stats: attack 310. Speed 341 increased by 30% from Lightning Quake. Defense 430 decreased by 40% from Black Ice Wall. Mana 310. Total value 1395. The interface showed rest time remaining 58 seconds. Skip rest period. He selected yes. He thought eagerly. Let's test my durability against the next Calamity Beast. Nakara asserted. At this level, the contestant's speed and combat instincts will be tested. So are why you agreed. Correct. When a Thunder Rhino attacks, it sends a current of electricity through its horn, delivering a dual strike that combines physical force and lightning. Hard level Calamity Beast Thunder Rhino. Level 10. Kill points 1000. If he gets hit by that, his body will be pierced through due to his lack of defense. At the same time, he'll be paralyzed and stunned due to his lack of lightning resistance. To defeat the Thunder Rhino, he must rely on his speed to dodge and then counterattack when it's exhausted. Witnessing Itsukai's next move, he gasped in shock. Wait a minute. What is he trying to do? Itsukai was now directly touching the Thunder Rhino's horn. He tapped it lightly to test it. This horn is an excellent material for testing my defense. Lightning crackled all over the horn. Veins bulged on the Thunder Rhino's face as its nostrils flared, snorting out cold air. It used its horn to fling Itsukai backward. His entire body was thrown into the air. Iwai anxiously shouted his name. Itsukai. Akira couldn't predict his moves. This boy. Every action he takes is extremely hard to read. Yet, every time, he provides a solution that surpasses imagination. The space where he was suspended suddenly exploded. System report: endured a C-rank lightning skill thanks to Lightning Quake 3. Speed increased by 5%. He concluded his test. It seems attacks from level 10 Calamity Beasts or lower can't even scratch me. Itsukai lost interest in playing around with it anymore. Time to end this. He activated Lightning Quake 3, speed 50%, and shot straight towards the Thunder Rhino. It lowered its head, ready to fight. Itsukai descended from above as fast as a lightning bolt. One arm, encased in the Black Ice Wall, slammed directly into the Thunder Rhino's head. System notification: clear time 7 seconds. Points earned 1000. Akira smiled and commented. Up to this point, his total competition time is less than 15 seconds. Not only is he faster than I was in my youth, but it feels like he's still holding back, not using his full strength. So are why you said with concern. However, the next obstacle is swiftly swung arms and razor-sharp claws that could tear an enemy to shreds in an instant. A massive maw that gaped open to spit crimson chains, swallowing all things, and a colossal body covered in a shell as hard as iron armor. It possessed all these qualities, the most ferocious and powerful calamity creature of the qualifiers. The final goal for all participants. Itsukai stood before the nightmare-level Calamity Beast. The Purgatory Giant. Level 15. Kill points 5. Zereth. Itsukai activated Piercing Orb. The sphere of energy pierced through its skull. System update: upon defeating a level 15 Purgatory Giant, Piercing Orb's flight speed is greatly increased by 200%. Those who witnessed this scene were frozen in shock. He checked the information. Piercing Orb's flight speed 9 meters s. Total damage 900%. Itsukai was thrilled. On to the next one. Sorwayu was forced to completely change his perception of the young man. even a nightmare-level purgatory giant. He sent it to its grave in just a few short seconds. System display clear time 3 seconds. Point CERN 5000. The calamity creature opened its huge mouth and fired a strange beam of energy. Sia had activated her C-rank skill, Water Bullet. She calculated, if I defeat the remaining 2 targets, I'll have more than enough to pass the normal level. System update Novice Level 1 progress 80% complete. Gaku arrogantly thought, I skipped the rest period. The first one to reach normal level must be me. On Kana's side, the notification showed normal level progress 0% complete. She thought to herself, I'll recover my sped mana before continuing, until normal level progress reaches 100%. A notification rang out. Nightmare level successfully conquered. Clear time 21 seconds. Position first. Seiya cheered with joy. That must be Itsukai. Gaku was astonished. Someone was even faster than me? Was it Kana? He wondered. Kana's face darkened when she heard the result. Itsukai had dealt with that calamity beast cleanly. Shall we move on to the next floor? Even now, so or why you couldn't believe it. He killed the purgatory giant in an instant, piercing right through its armor. What on earth was that black orb? Heighten Akira directed. Increase the difficulty. Let's see how far that kid can go. Notification nightmare level. Stage 2. Purgatory giant. Level 15. Quantity 2. Kill points 1000. He looked at the surrounding calamity beasts with disappointment. I thought something would change, but they just increased the number. The monstrous beast roared, sending shockwaves of sound echoing out. Itsukai calculated, while it's busy roaring, I'll take one out first. System reminder activating piercing orb. The orb pierced through the skull of one, followed by a notification. Defeated purgatory giant LV. 15th, piercing orb flight speed greatly increased by 200%. Piercing orb flight speed has reached 11 meters s. Flight speed increased value 1. 100%. Sawarawayu was bewildered. With just one hit? What is that orb? Is there no limit to its use? Heighten Akira observed. It's true. The power is absurdly overwhelming. However, that technique has a fatal weakness. Sawarawayu didn't understand. A weakness? At this moment, Itsukai was facing the last calamity beast. He frowned, making a comparison. This one's speed. It's faster than any creature I've ever faced before. Outside, Akira quickly offered a logical explanation. Because of their massive bodies, people often mistakenly believe they are slow. But Sawarawayu was still confused. What are you trying to say? Inside, Itsukai was concentrating the energy orb. System reminder activating piercing orb. The orb, compared to the colossal size of the calamity beast, was truly tiny. Heighten Akira continued. As a racial trait, they possess no mana. In return, their other stats are significantly enhanced. Despite its massive body, it's actually a speed type. Just as he predicted, it dodged the piercing orb. Information about the calamity beast displayed Purgatory Giant 1008. Giant race. Level 15. Talent Tier 2. Cannot use magic, but all stats are increased by 25%. Skills Bash. Stats: Attack 320, Speed 300, Defense 320, Mana 0. Total value 940. Only now did Itsukai realize the situation had become dangerous. It dodged my attack? Heighten Akira acknowledged. Correct. That dark orb deals a massive amount of damage. But its flight speed isn't that fast. He took advantage of its habit of roaring before attacking to strike first. That kid's combat intuition is incredibly sharp. But if he doesn't find a way to increase the flight speed of that black orb, he probably won't be able to overcome this challenge. A punch from a calamity beast sent Itsukai flying far into the distance. He was slammed hard into the rock wall behind him, causing a tremor as thick dust and smoke billowed up. The rock wall behind him was deeply indented. Itsukai struggled to get up, his body aching. It can dodge attacks at mid-range. Outside, so or why you guessed? He knows it's useless, yet he insists on using it. This must mean he's hiding another trump card. Akira thought to himself, is that really the case? They saw Itsukai's strange expression. Why is he smiling? Because he had now found a solution. So fast. In that case, I'll just close the distance. Instantly, Itsukai activated Lightning Quake 3, and he vanished from his spot, and was now hurtling towards the beast. It ferociously raised its giant fist, preparing to bring it down. A single blow caused a shockwave that swept through the area, cracking the ground for dozens of meters. Ai covered her mouth in horror, genuinely worried for him. So Ryu frantically picked up his phone. This attack is completely different from the Thunder Rhinos. If he takes a direct hit, even he won't survive. Get the medical team on standby. Now, this time, it was Anienta who stopped him. Calm down. Height Nakira had also seen through it. True, the power of that punch is immense, but it's meaningless if it doesn't hit its target. As the Calamity Beast's fists lifted, the thick smoke prevented them from seeing the situation inside clearly. Finally, as the dust settled, it looked down in alarm at the deep crater in the ground. But its target was nowhere to be seen. Itsuke's voice rang out from behind. Over here? It instinctively whipped its head around. A piercing orb shot straight through the Calamity Beast's head. It was Itsukai who had executed a surprise attack from behind to deliver the finishing blow. Its massive body crashed to the ground. System notification defeated Purgatory Giant LV. 15th, Piercing Orb flight speed increased by 200%. Piercing Orb flight speed has reached 13 meters s. Flight speed increase value 1. 300%. Clear time 12 seconds. Points earned 10,000. So Ryu teased her. It's rare to see you so flustered. Iya. She shyly averted her gaze. I was just praying for everyone's safety. Listen, if a young talent carrying the future of humanity were to fall, it would be a huge loss for us all. His family would surely be heartbroken too. I just want everyone to be safe. That's all. I wasn't thinking at all that Itsukai-kun looked incredibly cool defeating the Purgatory Giants or anything, because Itsukai-kun would react the same way. So please don't misunderstand. It's not like that. So Ryu remarked. Iya, you've become much more talkative since we last met. Hearing him comment on his daughter like that, Enientu was at a loss for words. So Ryu turned to ask him. By the way, how did you know Itsukai-kun would dodge that dangerous attack? Height Nakira replied. That kid's speed wasn't that much different from the Purgatory Giants. But when the electric current flowed through his body, his speed was significantly boosted. Once that happened, there was no way the Purgatory Giant could hit him. He mused. He managed to defeat 2 of them, but there were some pretty dangerous moments. With his current score, he's definitely secured the top spot. If it were me, I'd stop here. But Itsukai was setting his goal. If I want to surpass Kazunari Satsumi, the strongest of humanity, he continued to attack. I can't afford to rest, not even for a second. System update Calamity Beast information nightmare level. Stage 3. Purgatory Giant. LV, 15. Quantity 3. Kill points 15,000. As before, he activated Piercing Orb. One had its head blown off. Itsuke silently counted. 1 down. Height Nakira praised. He chose to continue. As expected of the one I set my sights on. So Ryu suddenly remembered. Come to think of it, you once went straight to stage 3 yourself. Akira added. So did you. Back in the day, right? He compared. Even for you, who possesses the strongest physical body. Stage 3 was the absolute limit. I wonder how Itsukai-kun will handle this. Inside, Itsuke was facing off against the ferocious beast. Its fist reached out, trying to grab him. But Itsukai had already leapt away. He was now teleporting above its head. I'll boost my speed with Lightning Quake 3 and close the distance by jumping behind its back. As the piercing orb shot straight down, Itsukai counted. That's the second one. System update defeated Purgatory Giant LV. 15th, Piercing Orb flight speed increased by 200%. Piercing Orb flight speed has reached 17 meters s. Flight speed increase value 1. 700%. Itsuke planned his move on the next creature. The third one is. He was now caught in its mouth, its sharp teeth about to clamp down. The Calamity Beast's mouth snapped shut, tight as a drum. But in an instant, its head vanished. Inside, Itsukai was exacting his revenge. Let's see. I'm going to rip out all of your guts. Activate Lotus Firestorm. Full power. The beast's mouth began to spew flames. The firepower from within erupted violently outward. Its body exploded into 100 pieces. System notification defeated Purgatory Giant LV. 15 with Lotus Firestorm. Range of all skills increased by 1%. Current increase 11.01%. Clear time 13 seconds. Points earned 15,000. Sir, why you couldn't believe his eyes? That technique is. That's the skill that blew away a bunch of contestants in stage 1. Itsukai thought as he looked at the notification interface. Mana 0310th. My mana has completely bottomed out. But as long as calamity beasts keep appearing, the passive effect of Mana Sense will regenerate my mana. System display Mana Sense LV. First, passive effect when an enemy unit is detected. Restored N% of mana. Facing Itsukai was a horde of high-level calamity beasts. Nightmare level. Stage 4. Purgatory Giant. LV, 15. Quantity 4. Kill points 20,000. Mana 124 310s. 4 enemy units detected. Restoring 40% mana. So or why you discussed. Stage 4 has begun. If that kid clears this stage, he'll surpass your past self. Akira acknowledged. Correct. Only Kazunari has ever passed stage 4. No one else has ever conquered it. I'm also eager to see how far this kid can go. Inside the qualifier, he was tumbling repeatedly to dodge the Calamity Beast's attacks each time the piercing orb's flight speed increased. Itsukai noticed a pattern. The accuracy also improves. At this rate, if I can just increase the flight speed a little more, I'll be able to hit them without having to get close. My mana is limited. I absolutely cannot afford to waste a single piercing orb. These calamity creatures were linked together by iron chains. He frowned upon noticing this feature. Chains? One of the beasts tilted its head and yanked hard on the chain. This meant the piercing orb that had just been launched at the other one's had missed its target. Its hand shot out towards Itsukare to grab him. As he was caught, he thought, damn it, I can't find any leverage in this passive position. The calamity beast's hand squeezed tight, intending to crush Itsukai. The bones in his body were compressed. The pain so intense he coughed up blood. Cracks began to appear in his joints. After that, it threw Itsukai hard into the distance. His body, covered in blood, landed with a thud on the ground. So why you urged. Akira, hurry and help him. Akira was in disbelief. Is this as far as he goes? Heights and Akira remembered how he himself had looked back then. He looks just like I did. Just as he was about to jump and I'll go rescue him, N.E.N. to once again stopped him. Wait. He was very confident. Itsukai hasn't given up yet. So are why you protested. N.E.N. too. This isn't the time to talk about whether he's given up or not. AYA chimed in. That's right. If we don't rescue him in time, Itsukai will die. Heighten Akira added. He's in a desperate situation. N.E.N. to calmly face their criticism. However, I know for a fact that he still has a trump card. So are why you was surprised. A trump card? How would you know? He emphasized. The look in his eyes. That is absolutely not the look of someone who has accepted their fate. Itsukai wouldn't surrender so easily. To take its life, I've done everything possible to hone myself. System display activating super simulation. Resuming analysis process. He remembered. During the battle with Kinoshita, super simulation successfully activated on his skill. However, I decided to cancel it at the last moment. Analysis progress 99%. Analysis cancel. The purpose was to be ready for a dire situation like this. When the progress hits 100%, system reminder analysis complete. B ranks kill violet lightning cannon obtained. Received lightning strike LV 2. AYA cheered happily. Look, that lightning. So are you. Witnessing this for the first time, couldn't help but be curious. Is that also one of his skills? But what good is that lightning in such a dire situation? Heighten Akira glanced suspiciously at her expression. AYA looks very happy. Does she know something? Itsukai's notification updated lightning strike LV. Second, active effect can absorb all lightning-based attacks of B, rank or lower into the body. When the stored lightning energy is released, user's speed increases by 100%. Absorption capacities 5th. Passive effect each time a B rank lightning attack is absorbed. User speed increases by 10%. Current increase 15%. His hand was covered in a layer of black armor. His fist clenched tightly, and he began to absorb power. System notification acquired lightning strike LV. Second, all stats increased by 20. All negative effects purged and all injuries fully recovered. The Calamity Beast's descending fist was completely blocked by a black flash. Itsukai had no time to play around with it anymore. The warm-up is over. From this moment on, I'm going all out. Information on his stats refreshed. Attack 310 330. Speed 310 330. Defense 300 330. Mana 310 330. Total 1240 1320. Sorwai was stunned. He was just beaten to a pulp. Yet he fully recovered in a few short seconds? That recovery ability is even more insane than our real healers. From that crazy wide area skill to this. Just how many heaven-defying skills does he have? As the piercing orb shot past its head. System reminder defeated Purgatory Giant LV. 15th, piercing orb flight speed increased by 200%. Another was eliminated. And a similar notification repeated. System displays successfully conquered nightmare level. Stage 4. Clear time 31 seconds. Kill points 20,000. Their corpses collapsed behind Itsukai. He was confident in his current strength. No matter how many Purgatory Giants appear, I will still win. Itsukai launched into a massacre of the giants. System notification. Defeated Purgatory Giant LV. 15th, piercing orb flight speed increased by 200%. The next piercing orb grazed a giant's head. Piercing orb flight speed has reached 27 meters s. Increase value up to 700%. The next one was pierced through the chest. Successfully conquered nightmare level. Stage 5. Clear time 57 seconds. Kill points 25,000. The next one was impaled vertically from the groin up. Successfully conquered nightmare level. Stage 6. Clear time 1/34th. Kill points 30,000. This horrific scene was enough to terrify those watching through the projection screen. Looking at the mountain of giant corpses, someone couldn't help but exclaim, "This place is completely devastated. I'm starting to wonder who the real monster is. Itsukai or these Purgatory Giants?" Itsukai noticed. The next stage. Where did it go? Hey, the Purgatory Giants aren't appearing anymore. So or why you hadn't recovered from the shock yet. Unbelievable. I can't believe what's happening before my eyes. He slammed the red button on the control panel beside him. Then he spoke into the microphone. Itsukai, the stage is over. You have annihilated the entire stock of Purgatory Giants that we had prepared. Looking at the pile of corpses stacked into a small mound. So or why you repeated his statement. You have cleared out the entire number of Purgatory Giants that we prepared. Itsukai couldn't believe his ears. I wiped them all out. Wasn't this stage supposed to be endless? He stepped onto the massive pile of giant corpses to walk. I can't remember how many creatures I killed, or how many points I earned, because I was pushing myself to the absolute limit. The gap between me and Kazunari Satsumi probably isn't that far now. Furthermore, I achieved an unexpected goal of increasing the piercing orb's flight speed. This result seems pretty good. System notification: you have successfully defeated 11 Purgatory Giants. LV, 15. Piercing orb flight speed is increased by an additional 100%. Piercing orb flight speed has reached 38 meters s. The progression value has reached 800%. Itsukai made a comparison. A speed of 38 meters s is even faster than a normal car. Suddenly, behind him, extremely strange energy fluctuations erupted. Itsukai quickly glanced behind him, maintaining the highest level of alertness, noticing no signs of danger. He breathed a sigh of relief. I thought there was another monster left. That's right. I almost forgot. Since I can't level up, the experience points from the Calamity Beasts Guild here will condense into a soul stone. Appearing right behind him was a massive soul stone, the size of a full-grown adult. So or why you jumped in shock? Is that a soul stone? Why would it appear here in the testing area? If it's green, it must contain at least 10 Daro experience points. Any enter revealed a secret. Itsukai is incapable of absorbing experience points. Therefore, any drop of experience essence that condenses will immediately form a soul stone like that. Heighten Akira suddenly understood. I thought his locked level was because he was deliberately hiding his stats. But it turns out he really can't level up. So or why you understood. If Itsukai were to form a team with someone and enter a dungeon, then his partner would get to enjoy all the experience points dropped. It's a great fortune that this child is on humanity's side. Otherwise, if he were a calamity beast, I dare not imagine that horrific scenario. He collected the soul stone, which shrank down to a compact size that fit in his palm. Itsukai walked towards the large gate. I've completed all the necessary objectives. Time to get out. The heavy gate slowly creaked open. So are why you cheered happily. The kid's coming out. The moment Itsukai appeared, the system screen displayed Itsukai has completed the second preliminary round. Accumulated points 106. 600th, total time 3 minutes 55 seconds. Position first. He strode towards Itsukai and made an offer. Itsukai, I have witnessed your spectacular performance. You truly have limitless potential. Would you like to join me? I promise to recommend you to a renowned and worthy mentor. Itsukai refused flatly, without a moment's hesitation. I appreciate the offer, but I have already pledged myself to a master. Therefore, there's no need to trouble you. So are why you pressed on. Bewildered. You still don't understand how the world works, do you? So what if you have a master? No ordinary person is qualified to guide a talented seed as exceptional as you. Following me will bring a much brighter future. I have both powerful connections and abundant resources in my hands. Height and Akira reminded him. He already said he's not interested. Being so persistent will only make him dislike you. So are why you remain stubborn. You think I'll give up that easily? You. Convince him. Are you just going to stand by and watch Itsukai's God-given talent be ruined by some mediocre person? Itsukai had a vague, impressive memory of him. Back then, you were the one who cleaned up Kinoshida's lackeys. Height and Akira casually replied. Don't worry about that small matter. I just punished those who deliberately broke the rules. Besides, that kid is Enienja's direct disciple, so there's no reason to persuade him any further. Right? So are why you was utterly shocked. What did you just say? Whose disciple? Itsukai politely said to him. I was very grateful at that time. Meanwhile, so, or why you still couldn't believe his ears. Itsukai is Enienja's disciple? Enienja, standing right behind him, confirmed it. Yes, that is correct. He stood frozen in shock. So this monster who appeared out of nowhere is Enienja's disciple. Only now did Itsukai have a moment to greet Enienja. Master. He was extremely satisfied with today's performance. Well done. I observed your display of power very closely. Are you injured anywhere? If there's any problem, I'll order AYA to heal you. AYA huffed. He was even trying to challenge the limits of Stage 7. You better not bring your battered body back here. Itsukai explained. I'm not injured at all. However, my stamina is almost depleted. I just need a little rest to get back to a stable condition. So are why you had regained his composure. If that kid is Enienja's disciple, then everything makes sense. Another one of his disciples once wiped out all the calamity beasts we had painstakingly prepared. Itsukai knew exactly who he was talking about. Kazunari Satsumi reached Stage 6 back then? So are why you shook his head. No. At that time, Stage 4 was the highest possible limit. That's why we decided to upgrade it to Stage 6 later. But if that's still not enough, we might have to push it all the way to Stage 8. Enienja calmly requested. Just sit down and continue watching. For the remaining contestants, Round 2 is just beginning. Inside the qualifier, Rieger was reaching 100% progress on the hard level. His hands were trembling from exhaustion as he struggled against the Thunder Rhino. I don't even have the strength to lift my arms anymore. It seems nightmare level is a goal too far out of reach. System notification Hori no Rieger concludes stage to challenge. Total time 17 minutes 17 seconds. Accumulated points 1600. On Seiya's side, she was also running out of energy. Hard level progress reached 100%. She tiredly lifted the Thunder Rhino, trapped in a current of water. I don't have a wide area damage skill to score high points, so I'm just trying to suffocate it by isolating it inside this giant water sphere. But this method takes too much time, and my mana is about to run out. The next difficulty level is completely impossible until I'm out of energy. System notification Seiya concludes stage to challenge. Total time 19 minutes 1 second. Accumulated points 1600. Itsukai was surprised. Rieger and Seiya stopped at the hard level. I thought they could go further. So are why you reminded him. Don't judge others by your own standards and think everyone has your kind of overwhelming power. The vast majority of participants can't even get past the normal level. Those two kids defeated the Thunder Rhino so quickly. Their names will definitely be in the top 10 rankings. A question arose in his mind. They should have failed already. So why haven't they left yet? He explained. Except in cases of severe injury or very special circumstances, you are not allowed to leave the examination area. However, you are the only exception. Heightened Akira, full of excitement, glued his eyes to the display screen. It seems another contestant has started to climb to the nightmare level. He predicted, with his rare ritual artifact, Gaku will probably be able to take down at least one purgatory giant. The spirit summoner's son, Aake Agami, has also advanced this far. Her skills are truly impressive. Just as the giant in front of Sunny was preparing to launch an attack on her, its entire body suddenly froze for a brief instant. Sunny's cat used its power to pull the other giant as well, changing its target to the monster pursuing her. They charged at each other, tearing and clawing in a self-destructive frenzy. Itsukai asked with doubt, "A spirit can change its form? Can Aya's verdant leaf do the same?" Iy immediately denied it. "No. This is the first time I've seen a being with such transformative abilities. There are many different types of spirits, and their powers are truly full of mysteries. Be especially careful if you happen to encounter any spirit summoner rest from now on." He immediately thought of the Violet Hound. Up close, spirits look pretty strong. I've been neglecting the Violet Hound I got from Silas for so long. But from now on, I'll pour all the experience points I get into raising it. He calculated internally. Sia and Drieger have both voluntarily quit. There's no need for me to stay here any longer. Let's go. But Itsukai was forced to change his mind when he saw the scene before him. That thing is, it turned out Iberia's fight was not over. Observing his mysterious armor, Itsukai exclaimed in surprise, "Iberia, what on earth is that body armor? Is it from your father?" He thought to himself, "This is the most powerful epic-grade artifact that old man of mine specially crafted for me." The system interface displayed information. Dragon Armor Epic. Stats Attack. Speed 100. Epic effect for every 1 minute equipped. Attack and speed 20. Maximum stacking time is 15 minutes. Iberia understood its nature. This artifact has gained sentience and knows how to find a suitable master for itself. I had to go through a lot of trouble to get my hands on it. Increase attack and speed by 20 points for every minute equipped. However, if I deliberately keep it equipped beyond the 15-minute mark, I will suffer severe penalties. I have to finish this within a short 15 minutes. The notification screen showed the increased stats. Current attack 120. Speed 120. He speculated. That announcement about conquering the nightmare level earlier. It must have been Itsukai-san's doing. I have to try even harder so I don't become a burden holding him back. Itsukai's resounding victory seemed to give Iberia a huge boost of strength. He immediately shot forward like an arrow towards the giant. Iberia's foot landed a thunderous kick right on its face. He was determined not to let Itsukai down. After all, we are the E-duo. Watching the scene from the outside, Itsukai smiled and said, "That kid is going all out." Huh? The cold, mechanical sound of an announcement echoed through the space. "Round 2 has ended. So are why you announced loudly. Only the top 10 names in terms of points will earn a ticket to the final round of a national tournament. In addition, the top 2 will receive very special rewards in the final round." Gaku lay sprawled on the ground, catching his breath. He was extremely confident in himself. Except for Kanazawa, no one has a score that can overwhelm my. That special reward is definitely in the bag. "So are why you announced?" "Right now, we will announce the top 10 contestants." The information board clearly displayed first place belongs to Itsukai with a time of 3 minutes 55 seconds. Total accumulated score over 100. 0 points. Second is Kano with a time of 23 minutes 43 seconds, possessing nearly 17. 0 points. Third is Gaku with a time of 24 minutes 15 seconds. Total score nearly 7. 0 points. Finishing in fourth place is Iberia with a time of 27 minutes 59 seconds. With the same total score as Gaku. After them, the names Sunny, Rieger, and Sia were called. The other contestants were shocked. Over 100. 0 points. Even the leader of the Lantern faction only got around 60. Darrell, with a score this insane. Easily winning first place nationwide is a given. Right? Each purgatory giant is worth about 5. 0 points. Just how many creatures did he slaughter to accumulate 100? 0 points? Gaku was completely shocked when he read the rankings. What? I'm only third. Who the hell is this damn Itsukai? I've never even heard of him. Kana exclaimed with excitement. Itsukai. I really want to have a match with him someday to learn. Sia felt a pang of sadness and inadequacy. The power gap between me and Itsukai is this huge. It seems I'm not suited for close quarters combat. So are why you? Overjoyed, shouted loudly. The regional qualifiers have officially concluded. The nationwide rankings are in. Itsukai is currently holding a firm lead in first place, surpassing the second-place contestant by a whopping 65. 0 points. Iya glanced over at NEN2, who was wearing the lantern mask, and thought with regret. There's no way to see the specific expression on his face, but I can still feel it deeply. Father must be feeling incredibly happy. The new sun of all humanity is shining brighter and brighter each day. Iberia was ecstatic when he heard this information. Over 100. 0 points. I knew from the start that Itsukai would be at the top of the leaderboard, but I also put on a top-tier performance worthy of the E-duo's name. Next to him now was the soulless husk of a decapitated giant. Itsukai walked over and offered his praise. Yeah, you did your job so well it actually surprised me. Iberia's eyes started to spin, but he still managed to smile in response. Damn right. Huh? In the testing arena. So are why you officially declared. The 21st National Saviors Guild Tournament preliminary round has concluded successfully. Itsukai quietly carried the unconscious Iberia and left the qualifier zone. At this very moment, in a lavishly decorated room in the southern continent's district Tai, an old man sat perfectly still with his eyes closed. Like a statue. Haji asked with an unhappy expression. We were dragged out to this godforsaken place at the crack of dawn just to watch an old man meditate. The person next to him immediately reminded him. Watch your mouth. That is the supreme commander of the entire southern continent. He possesses the ability of clairvoyance to see the future. He is a true prophet. The person they were eagerly waiting for was the supreme commander of the southern continent, Banda. Kaji still couldn't understand. Then why is the security barrier system always erected so firmly before any announcement is made? If he can really predict the future, then prove it by telling us the exact location of the energy drop before it actually happens. He explained meticulously. It is true that Elder Banga can only predict a small fraction of the future's flow. However, he is still a figure of great stature for humanity, the only supreme being worthy of standing on equal footing with the supreme commander of the northern continent, Kyone and Tio. Suddenly, Bange's eyes flew open, and sweat poured down his wrinkled face like rain. The old man shouted, It is him, because his prophecies are always 100% accurate. Banga collapsed to the ground and mumbled. The northern continent. 2 of his disciples rushed to support him. Elder Banga, are you all right? Banga whispered weakly. The northern continent is facing an extreme peril. The old man exclaimed in terror. A massive scale offensive by the Calamity Beasts is about to launch at Erectus alt on the northern continent, including the appearance of several monsters exceeding level 100. Night fell, and a quiet peace enveloped the space outside. He checked his stats. The total value of my stats has finally surpassed 1500. His data was specifically updated at Tsukai. Human. Levels are fixed. Profession and allotted. Talent Nirvana special grade. Skills Transcendent Super Simulations E rank. Lightning Strike Quake 3 LV. 2. Black Ice Swall Armor LV. 2. Lotus Firestorm LV. 1. Azure Cleave Piercing or Bell V. 2. Monosense LV. 1. Spirit Guardian LV. First, Stats Attack 330. Speed 380 gains bonus from Lightning Quake 35%. Defense 460 to gains bonus from Black Ice Wall 40%. Mana 330. Total combined value 1502. Itsukai remembered the rumor every time you level up. You are awarded 50 stat points. System reminder level up successful. Receive 50 stat points. Please decide how to allocate them. He was calculating this one. 500-point threshold is probably equivalent to around level 30 for a normal awakened. The speed and defense stats can be increased indefinitely through the passive effects of skills. When the new notification interface updated speed 10%, defense 10%. Itsukai thought about his mana stat. My mana also has infinite streak of repotential thanks to the hidden passive of Mana Sense. But attack is the only thing with no growth method. There's absolutely no way to fix it. From behind, a sweet voice called out. The food is all ready. He turned his head to look. Rieger, wearing an apron, called out to him. Itsukai, I personally cooked a lot of your favorite dishes. Standing right next to him was Siaya. He felt a sense of happiness. A moment like this is more than enough. Maybe super simulation will help me obtain a skill to boost my attack stat in the future. They all gathered around a warm, hearty meal. Enienda sat majestically at the head of the table. Itsuke sighed with emotion. It's been so long since I've tasted a home-cooked meal made by Rieger. Itsukai glanced around. Where's Iberia? Is he still sleeping in? Iwaya reported. I treated him earlier, and all the wounds on his body have completely disappeared. But it seems he exhausted his strength to the absolute limit, so he's still in a deep sleep. Rieger added his comment. Even so, I'm still amazed. The nightmare level that even Siaya and I couldn't overcome. Yet a level 7 like him managed to conquer it. Siaya gasped with a ha. He misunderstood again. The food I cooked is so delicious it moved you to tears. Huh? She pointed with her hand. Look behind you. Right behind him, a shadowy figure suddenly appeared, radiating a dark aura. Rieger turned his head. Is there something behind me? He immediately saw the figure, starving to the point of madness. Food. Give me food. Rieger fell backward off his chair, scared out of his wits, watching Iberia eat like a starving tiger. He put his hands on his hips and scolded. You scared the hell out of me. Sneaking around like that almost gave me a heart attack. And why are you shamelessly stealing someone else's seat? He finished a huge bowl of rice, his face still bowed down, mumbling. Rieger was terrified for a second time. What's going on? Are you angry with me about something? His face looked like a mischievous child's as he licked his lips and exclaimed happily. So delicious. Rieger breathed a sigh of relief. Back to normal. Are you? You better be grateful for my top-tier cooking skills. Iberia smiled widely and asked, You cooked this meal? Why don't you quit being an awakened and become a real chef? You clearly have more talent for cooking. Enienda's voice suddenly grew serious. You two also wish to become saviors. Is that correct? Then I want to ask you something. He posed a test-like question. To you two, what is the most frightening thing? Rieger stroked his chin, deep in thought. The most frightening thing. Perhaps it's things turning out the complete opposite of what I expect. My dream is to become a true savior, accumulate a lot of wealth, travel the world while I'm still young, and enjoy all sorts of delicious and exotic foods. The complete opposite would be aging. Once you're old, you won't have the strength to travel anymore, and your sense of taste might even deteriorate to the point where you can't distinguish different flavors. He shook his head with a pained expression. Just thinking about that scenario gives me goosebumps. Enienda shifted his attention to Sia. And what about you? She began to tell her story. Me? I was born into a family of doctors and grew up at a hospital. In Sia's memories ever since I was a child, I witnessed many people suffer through illnesses, from large scale to small. Some patients even took their last breath and died right in front of the little girl. She continued her story. That inadvertently became a horrifying obsession for me. So even catching a cold or a slight fever is enough to make me feel utterly terrified. Itsukai understood the root cause. So that's why you immediately ran away that day. Just because I happened to sneeze a little? He recalled his behavior that day and her fearful expression. Enienda explained. Awakened individuals possess a lifespan about twice as long as normal people and almost never get sick. You can now officially say goodbye forever to the things you've always feared. Iberia panicked when he noticed the old man's gaze shifting to him. Is it my turn? He hesitated. The thing I used to fear most was not being able to pass the preliminary round. But now, I'm afraid of no longer being worthy to fight alongside Itsukai. Iberia asked curiously. Itsukai, what are you most afraid of? Itsukai replied calmly. Why are you suddenly asking me that? Sia looked at him and thought to herself. I'm also curious if someone like him is afraid of anything in this world. Iberia kept pressing. Come on, tell us. Don't tell me you're not afraid of anything. Rieger was curious. I really can't imagine what someone like Itsukai could possibly be afraid of. Itsukai began to open up. After my parents passed away suddenly, I truly fell into a state of crisis, worrying about how I would survive in the future. Helplessness, anger, grief, hunger. My entire body at that time was invaded and surrounded by those negative emotions. Until Sia and Rieger suddenly appeared before me. Back then, They had approached the young Hitsukai to ask and care for him. Hey kid, why are you sitting here crying all by yourself? The sky above is so beautiful. It's such a waste to keep your head down looking at the ground. Sia gently sat down beside him and asked, Did you catch a cold? Should we go to the hospital to get it checked? Rieger held a warm lung box. Hurry and eat something. All your worries and sorrows will disappear. Itsukai said emotionally. It was the warmth I received from them at that time that pulled me out of that dark, negative world. After that, I was lucky enough to meet Master Aya. And Iberia too. It feels like I have true partners and teammates. Everyone present looked at Itsukai with incredibly gentle eyes. He made a comparison. In other words, it's like my family from before. This feeling of absolute security. It's been so long since I felt it. Sometimes I wish that peaceful moments like this could last forever. More than anything in the world, I've always been afraid of living a lonely life. All by myself. Aya's face turned red as she thought to herself. Itsukai's atmosphere right now. It's so calm and peaceful. It feels completely different. A world apart from the hair-raising killing intent from before. Iberia, overcome with emotion, rushed to hug him. Itsukai, I swear I will never leave you. Itsukai denied it. No, that's not what I meant. Anien to explain. The core reason I asked this question was to confirm whether, once you officially become true saviors and are forced to face real dangers and challenges, you will develop feelings of regret for choosing this thorny path. For the profession of a savior, regret is the one thing you're absolutely never allowed to let happen. Remember this well, a peaceful death without regret is the ultimate goal of every savior. They replied in unison. Yes, I will definitely carve that deep into my heart. He stood up decisively, left a final instruction, and quietly departed. If that's the case, then finish your meal quickly and go rest. Sia and Rieger must return to Northern Region 6 tomorrow. The next morning, they saw their two friends off. Iberia waved enthusiastically. Next time we meet, you have to treat me to your amazing home cooking again. Rieger immediately nodded in agreement. All right, just leave it to me. As long as you don't cause any more trouble for Itsukai. Sia waved goodbye. Well then, see you at the national tournament. Noticing him sniffling beside him, Itsukai asked curiously, Since when did you and Rieger become so close? And Ien turned his head and urged, We should be heading back as well. He suddenly thought of something. Come to think of it, there's something important I wanted to ask Sia. I can probably ask her during the upcoming official tournament. Seeing a figure running frantically from a distance, Itsukai was surprised. Aya, why does she seem in such a hurry? Enienda asked with a serious voice. What happened? She was panting heavily as she urgently reported the situation. A top-secret intelligence report has just arrived from the southern continent. He immediately had a bad feeling. What does the report say? Iya seemed hesitant to speak here. This top-secret information has a very high security level. It can only be disclosed directly to saviors above level 50 and the supreme commanders of the continents. Enienda gave his permission. Don't worry, just say it. It's fine for these two to know as well. Go on. Why got straight to the point. A new prophecy has just been issued by the supreme commander of the southern continent, Elder Manga. It seems a massive-scale offensive by the Calamity Beasts will officially take place in the northern continent within the next 3 days. Itsukai was completely shocked. Elder Manga? Is that prophecy really reliable? According to the information Iberia knew, Elder Manga is the greatest and most renowned prophet in all 5 continents. The prophecies that come from his mouth are almost certain future events that will happen. Aya proposed a plan. Therefore, Father, we must quickly arrange to leave the northern continent. He speculated. There must be a specific reason why the Calamity Beasts are launching a terrifying, large-scale attack like this. It's highly likely that their target this time is me, the supreme commander of the northern continent. For that reason, if I insist on staying here, I will undoubtedly become an excellent bait for them. Aya disagreed. From the beginning, you are never a true combat specialist. If you know you're their target, there's no reason to stay and risk it like this. For now, let's evacuate to the central continent first. Itsukai agreed. I completely agree with Aya's plan. If you are short on forces, I will volunteer to stay here and fight. He adamantly refused to listen to their advice. I have made my final decision. There's no need for further discussion. And Itsukai, I need you to do something else. He then asked about another matter. What about protecting my master? There's nothing more important than that. And to mentioned, Iberia's father. Iden is the most outstanding master blacksmith in all 5 continents. It would be a terrible disaster if anything were to happen to him. I want you and Iberia to take full responsibility for protecting Aiden's safety. I will also personally dispatch El Awaken from here to assist you. Iberia was extremely surprised. Dispatching an elite special forces unit just for my old man? Itsukai had similar thoughts. Is master deliberately trying to get me away from this bloody battlefield? Seeing his child's unhappy expression, Enta reminded her, Alright, why? I also have 3 strict requests for you. He issued a series of commands. First, immediately issue a notice about this impending general attack to all residents of the northern continent and issue a mandatory order for all awakened below level 50 to quickly evacuate civilians to safety. Next, inform all awakened forces in the northern continent above level 50 and order them to be ready to fight and respond to the calamity beasts at any moment. Finally, relay the order for Heighten Akira to come here immediately. With this sparsely populated northern region 1, we won't have to worry about civilian casualties during the battle. Right here, we will face them head on, to the death. Aiwaye returned to report. Father, I have arranged everything as you instructed. Akira should be arriving soon. Nen to sigh. I'm sorry for all this trouble. Seeing his daughter's sad expression, he perceptively noticed. Are you worried? Even though Aiden has experienced guards with him. In that case, I'll just wipe out this small fry and lure out the boss. Aiwaye blushed and admitted. You truly are my father. You see through everything. Enta continued. There is a prophecy that a calamity beast of level 100 or higher will appear this time. It's unavoidable that I'll have to reveal all my trump cards. The reason I'm specifically sending Itsukai there is that with his abilities, if he joins the fight against such a calamity beast, she continued his thought, and fights in his own style, his abilities will be exposed to them, and they will act to eliminate Itsukai at all costs. I understand. So, to prevent that from happening, he replied, yes, but there's another reason. Looking at his battles so far, it seems Itsukai is lacking in attack power. There are rumors that Aiden possesses an artifact that increases attack power. If he can absorb that artifact, attack, defense, mana, speed, a perfect awakened who possesses everything will be born. Day 1 of the prophecy, 8 o'clock p.m. In every district of the northern continent, the curtain rose on the attack as stone pillars rained down. In northern sector 2, Itsukai and Iberia were running for their lives. Itsukai lead the way, asking, It's already 8 p.m. How much farther to your house? Iberia estimated. Probably about 100 kilometers more. Itsukai thought, it wouldn't be strange if a calamity beast attacked suddenly. We need to hurry to Iberia's father. Suddenly, he stopped and pointed in one direction. Itsukai. Look, Itsukai himself was stunned. That's in the sky. A torrent of flames was descending. Iberia shouted, A stone pillar. The attack has begun, and it's falling right into the urban area. The two of them stared blankly as the pillar descended. He dared not think about it. The information was just announced, so the civilians must still be in the process of evacuating. If calamity beasts arrive at a time like this, the awakened in the city were shocked by this event. Massive casualties are unavoidable. A calamity beast is coming. Everyone, run. A stone pillar, just as Elder Banga predicted. He cursed under his breath. Damn it. It's too soon, Iberia said worriedly. The barrier is starting to form. Itsukai was calculating. If we abandon the people here, there will be many casualties. But if we go to help, it will hinder our mission. Iberia must be very tired after the long journey. But he hasn't asked for a break even once. He must be very worried about his father. If I suggest saving the civilians, he will definitely refuse. Iberia pointed in a direction. Itsukai, go help them. The calamity beasts inside the barrier are at least level 20. If there are no high-level awakened, many people will die. Itsukai changed direction. Understood. Change of plans. We'll wipe out the calamity beasts inside the city first. Just then, the rumbling footsteps of a flame puppet stomped on the ground. Flame puppet, level 21, stood imposing lie before them. One person spoke up. 3 level 15 seconds and 1 level 16. It'll be tough, but against a level 20 Calamity Beast, we still have a chance to win. This person had a C-rank skill and was named Thatch Thua. He ordered his subordinates, "Don't break formation. I'll block its attack. Everyone, look for an opening on counterattack." A single punch from the puppet sent Thatch Thua flying. His body slammed hard into the truck containers behind him. Thatch Thua mumbled, "Impossible." This discouraged the people behind him. Even him, the one with the highest defense among us, was killed instantly. Then we definitely don't have a chance. Someone asked worriedly, "What should we do?" Someone had already started running. "What should we do?" "We have to run. Fighting something like that is suicide." The guy behind him shouted, "Hey, watch out." This sly guy said smugly, "You should worry about yourselves." However, behind him, a monster had already targeted him. Namki, using his water system to block its path, had no qualms about selling out his comrades. "Please, I'll do anything. Don't kill me." Namki thought curiously, "This thing, when did it get behind me?" Because of that, I ended up saying those pathetic words. But this is the end. After all, I'm a water elementalist, the natural enemy of fire attribute Calamity Beasts. The other teammates were suspicious when they saw the monster standing still. Did he really succeed? To be sure, I'll finish it. Namki, eager to take the credit, said, "Don't interfere. I defeated the Calamity Beast alone, so I should be the one to finish it." The flames around the puppet's body flared up again. Someone shouted loudly, "It's revived. Kill it now." Namki stood there frozen. What is this giant flame? It's over. Just then, Itsukai appeared in front of them. While he was fighting, Iberia proudly stood up and said, "Leave this place to the Iduo." Itsukai gave Iberia a task. "Don't worry, I'll handle this one. You evacuate the civilians." He turned back. "Yes, sir." Notification display black. I swall defense 10% for blocking a B-rank fire element skill. The others asked curiously, "Blocking a giant flame that easily. Are you two saviors?" Iberia replied, "We're not saviors yet, but one day, I will become a savior even stronger than Tiaiwa Jin." Namki scoffed. "A savior stronger than Tiaiwa Jin? That's some big talk for a kid." He retorted, "What the hell are you guys doing? Letting a kid save you?" Namki arrogantly said, "No one asked for your help. I was going to take it down myself anyway." Someone else asked in disbelief, "Not a savior? Can an ordinary awakened really face the Calamity Beast? Is that ice armor covering his body an artifact?" He suddenly remembered. "Come to think of it, Master gave me some advice before we left. Enienda had once said, 'The Black Orb you release. Its power is terrifying, but it takes time to cast, and compared to truly powerful Calamity Beasts, its flight speed can't be called fast. If you miss with the first shot, they will be on guard, and it will be even harder to hit them. Therefore, try to avoid using that move in future battles. Keep it as a trump card for truly important moments. Listen carefully. You only use that black orb when you are confident you can defeat the opponent. I know I can't use piercing orb in front of a crowd." The civilians across the street asked curiously, "The person who saved us is an awakened. He's wearing beautiful armor. He must be a high-level awakened." Itsukai was preparing to throw a punch. "If that's the case, I'll have to defeat it with brute force." He threw a punch towards the flame puppet. Notification update activating Lightning Quake 3. Itsukai teleported behind it. That single blow sent its entire body flying into the distance. Its body fell with a thud to the ground. Itsukai continued to rush forward to deliver another critical blow. The punch carried a shockwave that spread throughout the surroundings. The people were curious. The Calamity Beast is being completely pushed back. Wasn't it supposed to be very strong? I saw the Awakened's face. He looks 18 at most. The Calamity Beast must have been heavily injured beforehand. Someone couldn't believe it. Are you kidding me? A level 21 flame puppet can't even fight back. Who the hell is this guy? Itsukai was nowhere in sight. The man was surprised. Huh? Where did that guy go? A teammate spoke up. Right after defeating the Calamity Beast, he went somewhere with that blonde-haired guy. Namki arrogantly said, "The only reason level 0 like him could do that is because I had already worn down the flame puppet's health to its limit." He exclaimed, "Even I, a level 15, Couldn't follow that speed with my naked eye. And the strength to send a flame puppet flying with his bare hands. That level 0. He could be compared to a level 30. Itsukai, while accelerating, was still thinking about the previous battle. Even with a calamity beast of that level, finishing it instantly is impossible. This is not good at all. I have to find a way to increase my attack power, no matter what. New notification: attack 330. Speed 760 100% due to activating Lightning Quake 3. Defense 495 50% due to activating Black Ice Wall. Mana restored 10% mana when an enemy unit is detected. Day 1. 10:30. Iberia and expertly after him, praising him as he ran. Amazing! It's Yokai-zan. That speed just now. My eyes couldn't even keep up. He replied, even if you're fast, it's meaningless without power. Iberia's breathing gradually became heavy. He thought to himself, I've never even thought about that. Iberia suddenly revealed, if you want to increase your power, there's an effective way. Itsukai was quite surprised. An effective way? He revealed, my old man's warehouse is full of artifacts. There must be some artifacts that enhance attack power. Its yokai is very strong, and you're Enien's disciple, so he'll probably be willing to give you one. In his mind, Iberia pictured his yokai wearing a cool-looking set of armor. The thought alone excited him. Just imagining its yokai isn't equipped with an artifact. Itsukai asked warily, what's with that creepy smile? What on earth are you imagining? Iberia replied, let's get out of here. Once we get home, I'll ask the old man to prepare a suitable artifact for you. Itsukai thought, I thought I was holding back my speed on the way here. But even so, for Iberia, just keeping up must have been all he could do. He then wrapped his arm around Iberia's waist and lifted him up, startling him. It's Yokai-zan. What are you doing? Itsukai replied, if you're tired, don't force yourself. At this rate, even if you run into a calamity beast, you won't have the strength to fight. As he was lifted into the air, Iberia's face turned pale with fear. I'm not ready yet. His terrified screams echoed throughout the journey. You're too fast. Itsukai calmly reminded him. We've delayed too much already. Just bear with it. Prophecy Day 1. 11:5. When Itsukai set Iberia down, he sighed. We're finally here. I thought my arms were going to fall off. Itsukai asked curiously, why do you live so deep in the forest? It would be safer in the city. Iberia replied, he said it's too noisy in the city, and he can't concentrate on forging. He said proudly, don't let the appearance of this dilapidated wooden house fool you. Its defense system is no joke. There are dozens of traps my old man set around the house. Itsukai understood. I see. No wonder I kept sensing faint mana fluctuations. He immediately activated Mana Sense. Under his feet, waves of energy radiated out. Iberia reassured him. But it's okay. If you follow me, you won't trigger the traps. Just stick close. Itsukai silently refused. I don't need you. I can still dodge them with Mana Sense. Seeing Iberia confidently lead the way, Itsukai reminded him, hey, over there, while he was still gleefully thinking. Finally, I get to take the lead. A spike trap was buried under a layer of dry leaves. Iberia carelessly stepped on it. His expression changed. Oh no! I got too excited and forgot there was a trap here. Itsukai, from behind, asked with disbelief. Is this really your house? He delivered some bad news, not daring to move a muscle. This is bad. This is the most annoying trap. Itsukai suddenly noticed. Come to think of it, the mana fluctuations are getting stronger. From the ground, a giant humanoid artifact rose up. It was an epic iron goal. Attack 500, speed 300, defense 500, mana 200. Itsukai was amazed. He even has a humanoid artifact. The epic iron golem brought its fist down on the first person it saw. Iberia. Itsukai dashed in front to block, protecting Iberia. When their fists met, a shock wave of energy spread throughout the forest. Itsukai was knocked back, sliding. Even an artifact has higher attack power than me. Since it's an artifact meant to protect Iberia's father, I can't destroy it with piercing orb. This is really annoying. He turned back to ask the homeowner, Iberia, is there any way to stop it? Fortunately, he still remembered. Aim for the core stone on its chest. That's its power source. If you destroy that, it won't be able to move anymore. Itsukai immediately understood and activated Lightning Quake 3. If you know the weakness, this will be easy. Even if I lose in strength, I'm faster. Lightning crackled and shot towards the epic iron golem. He used his incredible speed to dodge its attack. Itsukai gradually closed in on the epic iron golem. Its whole body froze and it slowly looked up. He grabbed a crystal core. This should be it, right? But he didn't know that someone was launching a surprise attack from behind. Iberia called out worriedly. Stop. Yusuke-san. Itsukai managed to stop just in time to dodge the attack. He thought in astonishment. When did he get here? Yusuke was surprised to see him. Iberia. I thought it was some group of bandits trying to break in. Itsukai stood silently, observing his opponent. What? While I was being targeted, I didn't sense any mana fluctuations at all. Yusuke asked him, Who is this? Itsukai suddenly noticed his sword had disappeared. Iberia stepped forward to introduce them. This is my friend, Itsukai. Itsukai. He's level 0 but very strong. We're a team called. Itsukai clapped him on the shoulder, interrupting. More importantly, where's your father? Iberia suddenly remembered. That's right. Where's my old man? Yusuke revealed. The master is in the back. But be careful. It seems he's not in a very good mood. I then walked forward with a dark expression. Unaware, he was still happily reporting the news. Dad, listen to this. I passed the preliminary round. I even passed the nightmare level and placed 4th in the region. As you promised. Let me choose any artifact I want. I then swung his hand and slapped Iberia hard across the face. He clutched his swollen cheek and asked dazed lie. Hey, why did you hit me? He angrily demanded. Give me the dragon armor. You stole it, didn't you? Iberia said a grieved lie. So what? I just borrowed an epic artifact for a little while. Do you really need to hit me like that? He warned. If you wear the dragon armor for too long, something irreversible will happen. If you use it without permission again, I won't be lenient with you next time. Iberia angrily threw his bag on the ground and turned away. Fine. I get it. I'll never use your artifacts again. Itsukai then introduced himself. Yes, I am Itsukai. It's a pleasure to meet you. A prophecy has foretold a large-scale attack by the calamity beasts on the northern continent. Therefore, my master ordered me to escort you. Aiden-san. He replied. I've heard about that. Aiden asked curiously. For someone as strict and who rarely takes disciples as him, why would he take a completely ordinary-looking young man like this as his disciple? Suddenly, he realized something. Wait, your level. It's fixed? Aiden read through his information. It's okay. Human, level 0 fixed. Profession Analatarib. Hidden skill. Hidden stats. He voiced his suspicion. You're using an artifact to hide your stats. Itsukai denied it. Not exactly. Aiden realized. I see. No wonder Enienta wanted to get that artifact. He knew Enienta too well. Your master is a man who is very good at calculating gains and losses. He always demands something in return. Itsukai denied it. Master only told me to escort you. I haven't heard anything about a reward. Aiden revealed. He's already contacted me. He said that in exchange for you escorting me, I must give you a certain artifact. Itsukai was surprised. Master said that? He replied. It's fine. Even without the artifact, I will still protect you. Aiden said casually. No, I have plenty. Giving you one is no problem. I'm just curious why he insisted on choosing a piece of junk. Hearing this, Itsukai was confused. A piece of junk? Aiden recounted. Initially, it was a masterpiece created to unleash and awakens attack power to its absolute limit. Unique, critical stone. Effect attack power is doubled when landing a critical hit. Critical rate 99%. Unique effect user's attacks always result in a critical hit. But suddenly, a crack appeared. The artifact's grade became undefined, and a mysterious effect was added. Information about this item displayed flawed critical stone. Grade undefined. Effect attack power is multiplied by 10 when landing a critical hit. Critical rate 0%. 1% for each enemy with higher attack power than the user defeated. Flaw effect critical rate resets to 0 each time the user levels up. He understood. So, because the critical rate that one painstakingly builds up resets to 0 every time they level up, It's completely useless for a normal awakened. Aiden confirmed. Exactly. That's why I refused when he requested this piece of junk. But seeing your stats, I understand the reason now. He handed the critical stone to Itsukai. As he took it, Aiden praised him. You're quite special, aren't you? I don't know how you get stronger, but since you don't level up, this artifact is perfect for you. As you continuously defeat calamity beasts, your critical rate will gradually reach 100%. But, in the future, every attack will be multiplied by 10. A notification displayed as he absorbed it. World-ending Iron Fist equipped flawed critical stone. Critical rate 0.0%. Itsukai thought. The critical rate only increases when I defeat an opponent with a higher attack stat. That's a bit difficult. I'll come up with a strategy after we get through this invasion. Seeing the newly updated notification flawed critical stone. Grade undefined. Effect attack power multiplied by 10 on a critical hit. Critical rates 0%. 1% for each enemy with higher attack power defeated. Flaw effect critical rate resets to 0 on level up. Aiden knew immediately. It seems it's been equipped properly. It really is very compatible with you. Itsukai said gratefully. To be honest, I've had a lot of trouble because of my low attack power. This helps a lot. Thank you, Aiden. He headed towards the wooden house and replied. I create the artifacts, and people use them to fight the calamity beasts. We are both doing this for the survival of humanity. There's no need to thank me, unless someone already knew my location. There's no way the calamity beasts would attack a remote place like this. For now, you should rest. Suddenly, a spatial gate appeared behind them. A tremor came from the forest. Violent winds blew towards Yusuke. Iberia threw open the window and asked, What was that? What's happening? He looked up at the sky in worry. A barrier. Idom appeared. Why is there a barrier here? Aiden thought. Only the supreme commanders of the 5 continents are supposed to know my location. Was a pillar falling here a coincidence? Or... Yusuke ordered. Stand back. The calamity beasts are coming. Itsukai reported. They're heading this way. After activating his energy wave to check, he knew. I can feel something approaching at an incredible speed. Itsukai reported the number 6. When more appeared at the end, he raised the total to 8. As the monster leapt forward, information about it appeared. Single Horned Demon 3088. Horned Demon Race. Level 14. Itsukai shouted. They're here. As its claws were about to descend, he grabbed its wrist tightly. Itsukai activated Black Eye Swall, the spikes piercing through the horned demon's body. A few other monsters aggressively charged towards him. Itsukai thought, for enemies of this level, no matter how many there are, I can wipe them all out instantly with Lotus Firestorm. Yusuke could withstand the shockwave from Lotus Firestorm, but he worried for the other two. Aiden and Iberia are hiding in the house right behind. If I use Lotus Firestorm carelessly, they could be caught in the blast. Itsukai shot towards the horned demons, piercing through them with Black Eye Swall. He felt, I guess I'm really only suited for solo play. Itsukai noticed the energy wave was growing larger. Another monofluctuation. And this one is stronger than the previous ones. Two stronger monsters appeared. Dual Horned Guardian 815. Horned Demon Race. Level 24. At the lair of those monsters, a demon lord sitting on the main throne spoke. We have transported the first wave of low-level slaves to the human world. The other one was pondering. Who among the 8 demon lords should we assign to lead the main force? The other demon lord revealed. Thanks to the eye I left behind during my last visit to the human world, I have sensed the existence of someone important. Capture him. He is one of the 8 great demon lords. Enmar Akuyama. Should we entrust this to one of the 8 demon lords as well? A demon lord level entity might end up destroying the very eye I left behind. I will entrust this task to a demon general, the subordinate below Gaudao Ed. As you command. He continued. And I will grant full command of the main force to ENS Hokame, the gluttonous beast. It's been a long time since he's eaten live human flesh. I'm sure he's starving by now. Cut to Itsukai's side. He whipped his head back towards the wooden house when he heard a terrified scream. That's Iberia's voice. Did a calamity beast get into the house? Facing him was the dual horn guardian. 815th Horned Demon Race. Level 24. He was out of options. If it's come to this, I have no choice but to use that move. Itsukai nimbly dodged a slam from the dual horn guardian. He was gathering power. Its attack power is probably higher than mine. So if I defeat it, I can increase my critical rate. Flawed critical stone activated. Activating Azure Cleave. Piercing Orb. Notification update critical rate 1%. He rejoiced internally. It really did increase. Just as I thought. To the flawed critical stone. Critical rate also increased by 1%. He said, Yusuke, I will annihilate the calamity beast that broke into the house. I'm leaving the rest to you. He replied, leave it to me. Itsukai accelerated towards the wooden house. Cut to inside the house. A slash from the monster came down. Iberia, covered in bloodstains. Thought in despair. It's useless. Without the dragon armor, I can't win. He made a decision. If it's come to this. As its vicious hand reached for him, Iberia screamed, Itsukai, help me. The one who saved him was Aiden. He slammed a hammer down on the monster. Iberia thought in astonishment. The old man is a non-combat profession, but he's not afraid of calamity beasts. Seeing it was completely unharmed, Aiden sighed. You're tough. The monster immediately turned its head to look at the one who dared to sneak attack it. Aiden quickly backed away. I'll leave the rest to you. Itsukai appeared just in time, intervening in the confrontation. He grabbed the monster's wrist and activated Black Ice Wall. A single strike pierced straight through the monster's chest. Itsukai said apologetically, Sorry, Emily. It took some time to deal with the ones outside. He asked about the situation outside. How is it? He was checking. I don't sense any more fluctuations outside anymore. Itsukai voiced his speculation. I think Yusuke has wiped out the calamity beasts. When they went outside, they saw that he was surrounded by fallen monsters. Iberia said in amazement. Yusuke did all this by himself. He looked up at the barrier gate in the sky. Don't let your guard down yet. Unless we destroy that barrier, the calamity beasts will continue to spawn from it endlessly. And as time goes on, they will only get stronger. I plan to go destroy that barrier, while wiping out as many calamity beasts on the way as possible. But if any get through, you'll have to. Itsukai interjected. No. I'll be the one to slaughter the calamity beasts inside the barrier. Yusuke, stay here and protect Aiden and Iberia. Aiden noticed his eyes. There's not a trace of fear. Instead, he's filled with a thirst for battle. He immediately made a decision. We will entrust the task of destroying the barrier to Itsukai. Yusuke was still uneasy. If it's a green barrier, the calamity beasts inside will be at least level 25. Are you sure you can handle this? His voice was firm. I'm sure. With that, Itsukai accelerated and shot off. They didn't know that at this moment. He was silently celebrating. Finally, I can fight to my heart's content. Iberia, we get overconfident, demanded to go. If Itsukai is going, then I'm going too. All right, Yusuke, you watch my old man. Aiden cut him off. You're not going. He protested. Why not? We're a team. His father stated the blunt truth. Stop with that team nonsense. It's ridiculous. You and Itsukai live into completely different worlds. Iberia protested. We've come so far on this journey together. What do you mean? Different worlds? He reminded him. A team is meant to support each other and compensate for each other's weaknesses. But you can't provide any support. You're a burden. At this rate, you'll get Itsukai killed. And of course, I'm not just talking about you. Itsukai is special. No one in this generation can stand on the same level as him. Have you seen his eyes when he faces a calamity beast? Those are eyes filled with hatred. On Itsukai's side, he was receiving a notification. Mana Sense has detected 5 enemy units, restoring 50% of the user's mana. He knew immediately. 5 calamity beasts. They must have just come out of the barrier. Thanks to that, my mana is fully restored. 2 monsters were blocking Itsukai's path. He activated his power and charged straight at them. Get out of my way. Activating Lotus Firestorm. An explosion erupted. Notification update defeated 5 enemies with Lotus Firestorm. The scale of all skills 5%. Current bonus 1. 106%. Critical rate 1%. Flawed critical stone. Critical rate 2%. He thought. The defense of the dual horn guardian is too high. It took 80% of my mana just to take it down with Lotus Firestorm. But I won't let a single one of them touch Iberia and the others. The explosion sent flames soaring high into the sky. Yusuke was astonished. Where did that explosion come from? Iberia replied. That's Itsukai's skill. He must have encountered calamity beasts in the forest. He speculated, an explosion of that scale. That's not something an ordinary level 0 can unleash. Could it be that the reason Hitsukai can't level up is because of a negative effect from his talent? Hitsukai had stopped outside the spherical barrier. So, this is a green barrier. It seems these calamity beasts are on a completely different level from the ones I faced. He immediately activated Mana Sense. My Mana can't penetrate the barrier. Hitsukai was surprised. I can't believe Mana Sense is being blocked. I can't measure the number or strength of the calamity beasts inside. Come to think of it, Master said you can guess the calamity beast inside a barrier based on its color. Shadow barrier, LV 125. Green barrier, LV 82650. Blue barrier, LV 5175. Violet barrier, LV 76100. Crimson barrier, LV 101. Since it's green, the calamity beasts are between level 2650. If I kill all of them, a ton of experience points will drop. He immediately summoned his spirit, the Violet Hound. Information about it displayed Violet Hound B rank, level 16 0 points aura 0%. Skill Violet or a C rank detects all traces of mana in the area to locate and track the source. Violet Dominion B rank drastically reduces revival time after the spirit's death. Stats: Attack 250, Speed 250, Defense 150, Mana 150. Itsukai placed his hand on its head. I will give all that experience to you. But until I give the order, don't you dare touch them. All the calamity beasts in here are my prey. Prophecy Day 1. 11:30. I want to find an EN2. Father. The escort awakened have arrived. This person bowed his head in greeting. Sir, an EN2. From this moment on, I, First Class Savior Kiki or IGMA, will be your guard. His level information displayed level 63. Wind Elementalist. First Class Savior Kiki or IGMA. Any end politely said, thank you for coming. Iwai added, besides him, there are also 5 third-class saviors and 3 second-class saviors who have arrived. Hasn't Akira arrived yet? Enienta replied. I've assigned him the task of guarding the surrounding area. She frowned in reply. When we spoke on the phone 6 hours ago, he said he was on his way here. However, when I tried to call back 1 and 3 hours later, I couldn't reach him. Giant stone pillars have been falling all over the northern province since 8 p.m. tonight. Maybe he ran into some trouble on his way. N.E.N.2, on the other hand, was very calm. An ordinary calamity beast wouldn't be able to threaten him. After all, he is one of the 6 pillars of the special grade savior team. Try to contact him. Only a special grade savior can fight against the calamity beasts that appear here. IYA took these words too hard. I understand. Kiki Arijime suddenly spoke up. Aren't you overestimating the special grade saviors? No matter how strong Washington and Akira are, they're still human. I don't believe there's such a large gap between them and first-class individuals like us. We might have some difficulty, but there's no way we couldn't defeat a calamity beast that they could. Enienta warned. Confidence is good, but if you think you can stand on equal footing with a special grade, it seems it's because you've never fought a truly powerful calamity beast. Kikior Ijime was about to draw his sword. A stone pillar. A calamity beast is coming. Enienta to look towards the spatial gate in the distant sky. It's finally here. IYA tried to stop him. It's useless. You can't compare to Akira, he said confidently. If even a special grade can't do it, then it's not worth relying on them. Don't worry, we'll wipe them out, he thought to himself. Today, I will prove that a first class is just as strong as a special grade. On Itsukai's side, inside that barrier, he and the Violet Hound were exploring the area. The scenery inside the barrier wasn't much different from the outside, but there was an aura here that made him uncomfortable. Itsukai immediately activated Mana Sense. As the Mana wave spread out, he thought, I can sense the Mana fluctuations inside the barrier from here. But, as expected, I can't grasp the situation outside. It seems the inside and outside of the barrier are separate spaces. Notification display Mana Sense has detected 5 enemy units, restoring 50% mana. Itsukai understood. All right, I've got a rough idea of the location of the 5 enemy units I just found. He ordered the Violet Hound. Wait here. If you see any calamity beasts trying to escape, You can eat them. It wagged its tail obediently. Itsukai praised it. Good boy. I should get moving too. He then activated Lightning Strike and Lightning Quake, just as two monsters were charging at him. From another direction, two more appeared. Itsukai activated Black Ice Swollen Black Ice Spikes. The spikes slashed through them. Two other monsters were dealt with cleanly by him. Their bodies were sliced in half. Itsukai dashed towards the remaining one. He activated Azure Cleave, Piercing Orb. The orb tore a large hole through its body. As he landed, the notification board updated. Critical rate 1%. Flawed critical stone. Critical rate 3%. Itsukai continued his monster's laying journey inside the barrier. Deep in thought. My critical rate has increased again. It's at 3%. Statistically, for every 100 attacks, about 3 will be critical hits. I might see my first critical hit soon. Even so, this is the first time I've seen a stone pillar this close. If I break the stone pillar, the barrier will disappear, right? Well, one hit should be enough. Notification display 1 enemy unit detected. Restoring 10% mana. His eyes darted in that direction. There's still one more. Itsukai stopped in his tracks, silently pinpointing its location. A barrage of large, sharp spikes shot towards him. Itsukai nimbly dodged. If I hadn't detected the mana fluctuation and been on guard just now, I would have been impaled. So it was hiding behind the stone pillar. He frowned when he saw the dark, gaseous tendrils. This is. Looking at the one hiding in front, Itsukai raised his guard. A different type of calamity beast from the ones before. Outside the barrier, the entire forest fell silent. Iberia was stunned after being scolded by his father. Yusuke reminded him, even if Itsukai can't stop all the calamity beasts, it's dangerous outside, so just wait inside. He asked worriedly, Yusuke, will I really get Itsukai killed one day? He replied, the master was just exaggerating, so don't worry too much, Iberia said sadly. But thinking back, it seems I'm just a burden. Yusuke asked directly, the level of the calamity beasts inside a green barrier is from 20 to 50. Are you confident you can defeat a level 26 calamity beast? Iberia replied, I'm not sure. He patted his shoulder comfortingly. Don't be too sad. I'm not saying you're weak. When I was your age, I didn't even have the courage to enter a green barrier and fight calamity beasts. He was astonished. Even you, Yusuke? He replied. The difference between calamity beasts in a shadow barrier and a green barrier isn't just their level. Iberia wanted to hear more. What else? He continued. The calamity beasts inside a shadow barrier have no intelligence. They are simply creatures that repeat an endless cycle of slaughter and destruction. They're strong, but if you make a plan, you'll have many ways to kill them. But inside a green barrier, just like us humans, there could be calamity beasts with intelligence. Inside the barrier, the boss he faced was the Quad-Directional General 336, level 3rd I4. It was surprised. I missed? It seems he has some kind of sensory skill. Yusuke had once said that among the young people of Itsukei's generation, only a few could stand against calamity beasts of that level. No, he could verify it. Just as I thought. The calamity beasts in this barrier are different from the ones I've faced before. On the other side, Yusuke was still giving Iberia a pep talk. So the reason you're a burden to Itsukai isn't because you're immature. It's simply because he's too strong. Itsukai had quickly confirmed its information, seeing through my skills in just a few seconds. And on top of that, it can speak human language. I've finally met you, the intelligent calamity beast I've heard about. The Quad-Directional General scoffed. What are you mumbling about? Are you begging for your life? I thought you were wrong. But it turns out you're just a level 0. A coward who can only tremble at the sight of me. He replied flatly. I'm just excited. I've wanted to ask your race something for a long time. Since you can talk, why don't you give me an answer? The Quad-Directional General agreed. Fine. If that's your last wish, I will grant it. Flames flared up around Itsukai. He asked the fatal question. Do you know what pain is? He found this utterly ridiculous. An ordinary human wants to make me feel pain? Don't be arrogant. The Quad-Directional General launched countless sharp spikes. Inflicting pain is a privilege reserved only for us. A dense web of power surged towards him. Itsukai had already teleported in front of his opponent. A single palm strike from him sent his opponent flying. Itsukai was on alert. Is he down? No. His mana is erupting even more strongly. He hastily dodged the opponent's tentacles. And his tentacles are getting faster too. Itsukai appeared behind it again. But when it comes to speed, I still have the advantage. When he attacked it, he discovered, damn it, my strength is too weak. I can't even cut off his head, and my attacks are barely doing any damage. At your level, you shouldn't be this fast. What is your real level? Whatever. No matter how fast you are, to me, you're just an insect. Even if you hit me 100 times with that kind of power, it wouldn't be enough to scratch an itch. But if you take one hit from me, you'll die. Itsukai, not giving up, continued to attack the quad-directional general. He glanced at its tentacle about to strike. He quickly raised his hand to block it. Its force was too strong, and his back was slammed backward. The tentacle, with the captured body, shot forward. Itsukai sliced the tentacle in two and challenged his opponent. If you can do it, then try. He exposed him. That state, it's just a skill that increases your speed, isn't it? Let's see how long it takes for you to run out of mana. Itsukai thought. Those tentacles aren't a skill. They're a part of its body. That's why super simulation wasn't activated. Itsukai continued to dodge. How many hits was that just now? Was it the 18th hit? Or the 19th? Her at mana 97 330th. He saw the situation was becoming critical. I've been using skills continuously, and my mana is about to run out. My stamina is also being drained. If this continues, my speed will decrease. In that case, I'll pour everything into my attacks, increase the attack frequency. As long as I can land just one critical hit, I'll win. He used the flawed critical stone. A barrage of black ice spikes stabbed towards the quad-directional general's body. He calculated. More. I have to attack more to land a critical hit. I just have to keep swinging my fists. Despite Itsukai's efforts, his opponent was like an unbreakable shield. Until he coughed up blood. His stomach also bleeding after being pierced by its tentacle. The quad-directional general scoffed. Continuously rushing at me like that. What an idiot. What's wrong? Weren't you going to make me feel pain? Itsukai grunted. It was surprised. Still alive? It seems your defense stat is quite high. Itsukai only took that chance to land a punch. It's finally here. Notification from flawed critical stone. Your next attack will be a critical hit. The punch landed squarely on the quad-directional general's stomach, and its entire body was sent flying backward again. The quad-directional general's body crashed into a tree in the distance. It was still bewildered. What just happened? Why did you suddenly punch so hard? Seeing it could still talk, Itsukai realized, it's stronger than I thought. After that critical hit, all sorts of emotions are welling up from deep within my chest. Those emotions are focus, satisfaction, contentment. I've never felt like this before. Even though blood is flowing from my stomach, I don't feel any pain at all. Itsukai just felt exhilarated. He leaned down and asked the quad-directional general. So, did you feel any pain after that hit? It was terrified. What's wrong with this guy? Aren't humans supposed to be weak, fragile creatures? He's clearly over level 40. Faking his stats is cheating. Seeing Itsukai's hand reach out, it screamed. Hey, what are you doing? He crushed its face and said, until now, the calamity beasts had no intelligence. So even when they died, they rarely screamed. But a scream from a calamity beast that can feel pain, that must be very amusing to hear. The quad-directional general panicked when he guessed his intention. No way. You're going to crush my head? You're not human. You're a demon. Itsukai applied force, and fresh blood spurted out. Notification update critical rate 1%. Flawed critical stone. Critical rate 4%. He sighed. Finally, it's over. The pain from his stomach finally hit him. Now that the threat is gone, that special feeling is also disappearing, and the pain from my wound is taking over. The barrier has become transparent, which means there are no calamity beasts left inside. If I shatter this thing, then only the pillar will be left. Itsukai threw a punch at the stone pillar. It shattered instantly. He remarked, softer than I thought. Itsukai sat down at the base of the remaining pillar to rest. He decided, before I go back, I need to check one thing. Itsukai called out grimly, Violet Hound, appear. It quickly shot past the pillar he was leaning against. The majestic appearance of the violet hound now surprised Itsukai. You've gotten bigger, haven't you? He noticed its level. You went up 3 levels and gained 150 stat points. Information about it displayed Violet Hound B, rank. Level 1914.8%. Skill Violet or C rank detects all traces of magic in the area, locating and tracking their source. Violet Dominion B rank significantly shortens revival time after the spirit's death. Stats: attack 250, speed 250, defense 150, mana 150, unallocated points 150. He speculated. So when you level up, your body gets bigger too. I'm not imagining things. That means